Explain. Hey, hey, Miss Chaos. Hey, Breezy. Hey, Triple. Hey, Ren. Hey, Jade. Hey, Nikki. Hey, Mittens. Hey, Kelly. I'm doing good. How are you? I'm late because I had shit to do. Hey, Mimo. Hey, Jennifer. Hey, Amy. How is everybody tonight? Hey, SJ. Right, Miss Chaos. How are you, Mimo? Because I've always got stuff to do, Ren. I've removed some people as a mod. I'm removing a lot of other people as a mod. If you want to be one, reapply. Let me know. Hey, Alyssa. It's just, if you don't want to be one, that's okay. I know how stuff's getting a little crazy. Hey, Donna. Hopefully you start to feel better. Nikki. Hey, Free Spirit. I'm catching up on comments. Hey, Shiny Penny. Hey, Tango Web. Hey, Mom 2 Baseball Player. I don't know what the squealing is. It's probably Santa Claus squealing from Connecticut. Hey, Peace Dog. Hey, Witchy. Oof. Okay. We going to be talking tonight about the events of today. It's going to be a nice, soothing, uh, offending time, I believe. Hey, bitch, bitch. Hey, Mush. How are you? I don't mute or block anybody. Hey, Monster. Hey, then. I mean, if they're like a complete dickhead, sure, mute them. Let them listen. But if they just got a question and it's negative, it's okay. Negative questions are always welcome. we got a couple of topics. And I'm going to start out with isolation tactics. I think that's a good one to start out. We got about 34 people in here now. We are going to get to state assistance and why it's okay to be in poverty in general. Only a couple, but hey, Punk. Hey, Megan. So yeah, we're going to start with isolation tactics. And I think that's a good one for everybody to see kind of what's going on, which, sucks for them because they're going to be like, oh, he's just lying. I did invite, what's her name? She don't matter. Judge Truth here. But she said she wasn't going to come. So the truth about her is she's a fucking coward. How you gonna stalk people on the other side of a screen and not have a conversation with one? Yes, man. Remind me when I get to that part. I've been wanting to do this for a while. So, now I have all the terrible people as mods. Well, not all of them. There's still plenty of other pathetic people. Too bad you can't have 34 mods. That would be really on brand with a number. Remember, don't mute or block. I mean, unless they're like a no-go person, then by all means go for it. We're going to start now. We got 34 people. We're going to get the boring old isolation tactics out the way. You'll see that people do this, and they'll try to do it to y'all too. Because when people try to isolate one person, they try to isolate everybody individually. If they can get one person away from one person, then they know that they can convince other people to do it. It's something that Scammy Claus has been trying to do forever. I've got videos of her going back over a year and a half of her getting in boxes saying, why does anybody still support Florida Man? Then to put it best in her video. Because you know what to expect with me. I don't hide who I am. But here's some core isolation tactics. Social containment. People deliberately limit who you can talk to and who you can't talk to by telling you, will they talk to you or will they be mean to you or will they be evil? Are they this person? Are they that person? They try to instill fear in people to keep them away from somebody who is being honest about them. Say things like, if you talk to them, you're part of the problem. I can't be around anyone who supports that person. It's to create a false narrative that you must pick a side. This isolates anybody from neutral observers, from being a neutral observer. And they do it to hide the truth. They're preemptive smear campaigns, as you've seen with Smashley making a fake receipt, being like, this is how easy it is, guys, and we were listening to audio. You're right, monster. Honestly, a lot of you have been through this. Monster has, Megan has, Mallory has. Before the truth can come out, people who are manipulating others plant seeds of doubt. He fakes receipts. She's dangerous. They twist everything. They spread these fear labels so that if the victim ever defends themselves, they've already been discredited. Guilt by association. People are punished or attacked simply for being seen in your live stream, comment section, or mutuals list. They may say, you must be just like them if you follow them. If you don't block them, I'll block you. This is a weaponization of social presence and pressure to isolate you and make others too scared to interact. They use emotional blackmail. They frame control as care. I'm just trying to protect you from that person. You don't know what they did to me. Even when no proof exists, they use emotional manipulation, be it guilt, pity, or outrage, to justify cutting off the target. They hop in boxes wherever you are to tell others about you. They hatefully cheer you on in the chat, under burner accounts, wherever you go, no. Information gatekeeping. They demand that others don't look into your side. They say, don't give them attention. Don't even watch them. If you go see for yourself, you're disrespecting victims. They rely on people not checking facts because exposure to evidence would unravel their control. They use narrative control phrases, and they all have a hidden purpose. They say, he fakes receipts. The real idea is they're trying to destroy evidence credibility before it's seen. And it's used when the receipts are real. They're just obsessed with me. They try to shift focus from the accused behavior to the accuser's supposed obsession. They're mentally unstable. It's a gaslighting tactic. It delegitimizes truth through stigma. Everyone knows what they did. Well, that's just bandwagon. It's to get you on that bandwagon. It pressures others to conform without proof. Don't engage. That's what they want. It silences accountability by framing conversation as feeding drama. They twist everything. Really, it's projection. The manipulator describes their own tactic. I'm protecting my peace. It's virtue masking. It uses moral language to justify avoidance and accountability. Avoidance of accountability. That person's dangerous. That's fear conditioning. It trains others to associate fear with the target's name. We don't talk about them here. That's censorship through conformity. They'll mass report. They'll coordinate their group of people to mass report content so it's taken down, even if it violates no rules. This creates a chilling effect. Others learn that speaking out equals punishment. Reputation smearing. They use half-truths, crop screenshots, or clips out of context to rewrite your behavior as malicious. Example, that audio of the petty shit that everybody keeps playing. It's digital character assassination, designed to replace the person with a character that's easier to hate. Try to ruin your business, say they would go real life and contact people. Triangulation. They pit people against each other by selectively sharing confidential info, or what they say is confidential info. They'll say things like, they said something about you. Or, I saw them in your comments. Weird, right? This sows mistrust and keeps everyone fragmented, so no one can compare notes and realize the truth. There's dog whistling. They drop vague accusations. They'll say things like, they're not safe, or you'll find out. To rally suspicion without evidence, this ensures the rumor can never be disproved because it was never specific to begin with. Right, and then act like a victim when it gets done to them. Identity hijacking. If the target posts proof or screenshots, people who are manipulating accuse them of editing, fabricating, or using AI. They often claim it's photoshopped or they made fake DMs. This builds plausible deniability and erodes trust in the evidence itself. Manufactured outrage. They incite mobs of people by emotionally charged storytelling. It's pretty much victim theater. By controlling the emotional tone, they ensure the audience reacts before thinking. This is how hate bonding forms. People unite over shared outrage, not shared facts. They social engineer fear. Many of these manipulators build echo chambers that rely on fear of exclusion, fear of guilt by association, fear of being targeted next, and fear of public humiliation. The result is a controlled ecosystem where only one narrative can exist, and it's the one who made the echo chamber. They don't need to physically isolate someone, they digitally quarantine them by destroying their credibility before they can speak. There is projection and role reversal. One of the most common traits, actually. They accuse others of exactly what they're doing. They call others bullies while orchestrating pile-ons. They say stop lying while spreading false claims. They claim victimhood while attacking anyone who contradicts them. This psychological inversion is deliberate. It confuses bystanders and protects their image. There's gaslighting groups, convincing others the target changed or became dangerous. There's getting rid of context, only showing a bit of messages or a small clip of an audio to create new meanings for it. There's sympathy harvesting, public crying, vague post, or I can't believe I have to say this post, designed to gain pity followers. There's reputation laundering, rebranding under new usernames to shed accountability while continuing manipulation. Diagnosis amnesia. There's false allyship, pretending to make peace only to extract information. Why do they work? Because they exploit people who have a social fear of being labeled, misunderstood, or being isolated, cognitive laziness. People prefer simple villains and heroes over complex nuance. Moral signaling. People want to be seen as on the right side. And information overload. People skim headlines, not sources. People who manipulate understand the psychology and weaponize the perception to destroy opposition without ever proving their claims. I bet you this part won't be streamed or replayed by anybody. Miss Unknown's gonna chop this whole first part off, so let me call her a crackhead and get that out the way so she can't cry about it. So if she cries about me calling her a crackhead in this, she listened to this. There are things you can do to counter it. Keep everything documented. Don't over explain. Don't defend yourself on every lie. Speak to a neutral audience. Encourage people to go everywhere. Point out the inconsistencies of other people when they say, I'll block you if you go over there, after they said you can go anywhere you want. Stay consistent, because the truth doesn't change. And consistency disarms anyone lying over time. Expose patterns, not people. Let the behavior speak for itself. Don't fear isolation. They try to isolate you because they fear your reach. They don't fear me as a person. They fear the truth. That's all it is. People use those tactics to try to keep their mask on. Yeah, we were called to. The next topic is why you have to visualize what you say, especially when you post it. This is a short one, and there's not many notes on this one. Anything you say or post or think about, you have to think about what you post. Anybody here who posts videos, you go through the process of making the video, and you really do have to think about what it is, even if it's just a screenshot with some text. To say it and to post it means you have to visualize it. You must first see it in your mind. You must think about it in all of its context. Everybody who is capable of communicating visualizes their words before letting them out. Some people process that faster, some people not so much, and that's okay. Your posts on the internet are permanent. You should really watch what you post on the internet, because sometimes your mask might fall off, and you might post some weird stuff about the next topic. Scammy Claus is a former educator for the Monroe County public schools, and Newton, Connecticut. Scammy Claus's wife, Megan, is a current educator at the Monroe Public Schools in Newton, Connecticut. Scammy Claus's wife knows what Scammy Claus does on the internet. There is video of her being questioned. Yeah, right, Monster? That, it took me no time at fucking all to find her, too. Like, Twitter, everything. I think people gotta really stop and think about what they say before they say it. Shaming people for being on food stamps and shaming people for being in poverty ain't right. Mittens put out a video on that, so definitely go watch that. I think that's the topic after this one. But yeah, Mittens did put out a video on the poverty stuff, so definitely go watch it. There's no reason to be ashamed to be in poverty or ashamed to be on food stamps. None of that. And anybody on this app that wants to try to shame people, I hope they're never in poverty. While that car alarm's going, that's why I'm killing time to get to the next topic. I'm not trying to steal out of a car. It would be much louder if I was next to it. Mama Bear also has resources on her page too. Shannon said I steal people. What? Yeah, that was definitely everybody's car alarm. So, this topic and then the EBT topic. Scammy Claus is a former educator, and she does have to go by a code of conduct after her employment. I have a lot of notes here. That's why I'm late, honestly. So, Scammy Claus is a former educator to Monroe Public Schools in Newton, Connecticut, and her wife, Megan, is a current educator there. I emailed them. I will be putting out that email privately to everybody, so you'll get it unsolicited, along with screenshots that you are free to send to that email. I highly recommend it. It would be a shame if everybody didn't do this, honestly, because I don't think the children are safe in that town. I don't think people with these beliefs should be educating children, because I feel like maybe some of the children who are on free and reduced lunch get less attention because they don't mean as much to Scammy Claus's wife as a child that's not in poverty. Educators, even former ones, remain bound by professional ethics and public trust standards. Most states' codes of ethics, including Connecticut, for educators require respect for the dignity of all students and their family. avoidance of conduct that discredits the profession, protection of confidentiality, and avoidance of harassment and discrimination. When a former teacher publicly mocks autistic children, shames survivors, or spreads disinformation, it signals that they have abandoned the core duties of care, respect, and factual integrity that define the teaching profession. If their spouse is an active educator, this behavior can also raise professional association and licensure concerns because it reflects poorly on the educational community and may invite review by an employer or credentialing body. There's ableism and disability harassment. Mocking autistic children or implying their differences are moral failings is a textbook example of ableism. It can reinforce stereotypes that autistic individuals are, quote, broken or, quote, unmanageable. It encourages bullying of neurodivergent students and re-traumatizes parents and caregivers who are already fighting for understanding. Every educator is trained, or should be, in IDEA and ADA protections that guarantee disabled students equal educational access. Public ridicule undermines those federal rights. Right, trouble. Just tell the child no is crazy. Right, Petty's dented Pringle can. They are. While also claiming that children who speak other languages cannot be taught. English language learners are capable of the same academic success given appropriate bilingual or ESL supports. Suggesting otherwise feeds racist and xenophobic narratives that have been repeatedly condemned by professional organizations such as TESOL International and the National Education Association. And don't think they're not getting a fucking email about them too, because they are. Such remarks directly contradict the profession's obligation to provide culturally and linguistically, I can't even fucking say it, responsive education. When you shame survivors and people with substance use disorders, mocking or exposing someone's childhood SA isn't awareness, it's re-traumatization. Trauma-informed education specifically trains staff to avoid language that blames or humiliates victims. Doing so publicly violates ethical standards and can contribute to secondary victimization, a psychological harm recognized in trauma research and case law. Addiction stigma. Drug use and addiction are medical and psychological issues, not moral failings. Educators are expected to model compassionate, evidence-based language when discussing substance use because stigmatizing rhetoric drives people away from treatment and increases overdose risk. Mockery or get clean or stick a needle in your arm taunts contradict public health best practices and educational counseling guidelines. Misinformation, moral grandstanding, and self-promotion. Spreading false information out of spite, using a social media platform to circulate knowingly false or misleading claims about another person's life, health, family, constitutes defamation if reputational harm occurs. Even when it doesn't reach the legal threshold, it is ethically indefensible. Educators have a heightened duty of accuracy. Their opinions carry perceived authority, which is why she runs around saying she's a teacher, not a band director. Hey, OG. There's moral grandstanding. Psychological research defines moral grandstanding as using moral talk to elevate one's status rather than to solve problems. Signs include public displays of outrage disproportionate to the issue, framing oneself as the only moral person, seeking clout through condemning others. This behavior erodes genuine dialogue and teaches audience, especially youth, that attention matters more than truth or empathy. It's probably why we see a lot of people running around without any empathy and lying. Harassment and stalking patterns. Coordinated harassment. When a person repeatedly targets others across accounts or encourages followers to attack, it fits the pattern of cyber harassment or stalking, recognized under both federal 18 U.S.C. 2261A and state laws. It inflicts emotional distress, chills speech, and can cross into criminal territory if threats or repeated contact occur after being told to stop. Abuse of perceived authority. Because educators are traditionally seen as moral or intellectual authorities, again, which is why Scammy Claus ran around saying she was a fucking teacher, not a band director. When she uses that status to bully people, she's pretty much saying, I'm right because I used to teach. And that becomes an abuse of professional credibility. And, you know, there's some organizations out there that don't like former, quote, educators that run around and say that they used to be a teacher and they were really a band director, but they use it for clout on the internet. Equated to stolen valor, but for teachers. I'm not an educator, but if I spent time going to school and I spent, 20 plus years teaching actual children, like, not music instruments, sure, I would probably be mad if there was some old bitch on the internet that fucking played with flutes in her ass and told everybody she was a teacher. I'd probably be pretty annoyed about that. You stick a flute in your fucking ass for 20 years and then you say you're a teacher. I don't think so. It doesn't work that way. Right, Sarah? She was a music teacher. And she wrote a shitty fucking song for her school. Congratulations, you never lived up to your father, Amy Grasso. Since she wants to say my full name all the time, I'm going to say hers all the time. Amy Grasso is Scammy Claus. That's her name. If you go to her page, she uses nothing but my name. So, abusing professional credibility models cohesive power dynamics, the very thing education ethics warn against. There's broader social damage. It erodes trust in the teaching profession and public education system. It discourages parents of disabled or multilingual kids from cooperating with schools. It signals to students that cruelty is acceptable if you claim moral high ground. Undermines legitimate advocacy because misinformation spreads faster than fact-based support. Why judgment from such a person carries no moral weight. Someone who weaponizes education credentials to humiliate others forfeits moral authority. True moral standing comes from honesty, empathy, accountability, and consistency between values and behavior. A person engaging in harassment, spreading lies, and mocking trauma while claiming to be the good guy and the only one with morals in the room exhibits none of those traits. Their moral posturing is performance, an attempt to control narratives, not uphold values. She did one. So when a former educator, well, I say educator very loosely when it comes to her, when a former music teacher who claims to be a former educator uses TikTok to shame autistic children, ridicule survivors, and spread falsehoods, it's not activism, it's abuse of authority. Teachers are supposed to be, they're supposed to model empathy and truth. Publicly humiliating vulnerable people while claiming moral superiority betrays both of those. You can come up, Reds. You're good. Anybody can come up if they got anything to say about any of this. Who is I'm done, Megan? I'm done.
I have been away from my phone for most of the day. Can you fill me in? Because I seen SJ's comment and I read it out loud, and Ghost of My Demons was like, oh yeah, somebody told Wicked to do what? Can you fill me in?
What'd you say?
Am I breaking up?
Whatever.
Hey, Joyce.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Hey, Andrew.
Okay. So I seen SJ's comment that said something about, I've been away from my phone all day, and I seen SJ's comment that said that was an awful comment to make to a recovering addict, and I read the comment out loud, and Ghost of My Demons said, love your face too, Queen Bee, said something about somebody made a comment to Wicked today.
Mm-hmm.
What was that comment?
Scamming Claus said she should, at least she doesn't stick stuff in her arm.
Oh. Have you motherfuckers lost your mind?
Scamming Claus's mask has fallen off. That's all it is. She's showing everybody who she is.
Oh, like Smashley. Got you. So that, like, fake innocent old lady bullshit, that's just what it is.
Yeah, that's her. She's been fake this whole time. She's never liked me because people get a nervous guilt around me when they know they're not being genuine with who they are.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking disgusting. You have, Smashley addict shaming people, because they're on prescription medication. Now you have Scammy addict shaming a recovering addict.
Even poverty shame and shame and childhood essay.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Oh, she took the mask fell the fuck off today. Shattered. Let me send you a text message with some of the stuff that she said.
Okay, yeah, and when I get home, I will come back up because I know you're fucking no. Yeah, let me get home, and I'll read the stuff that you send me. No, House of Lies, I didn't. I literally was maybe around my phone for like 30 minutes this morning. And I mean, like morning, like 10:30 this morning. Since then, I've not been around my phone. Shannon said something too, Queen Bee. Alright, let me read what Florida Man just sent me, and then when I get home, I'll jump back in the box, because I know these motherfuckers have lost their damn minds.
Here for one moment till I get back.
Okay. She blamed the sibling.
Is that what it was?
She blamed the sibling and people who, he asked me to stay in the box real quick. Shannon lost her marbles tonight. Oh, That doesn't surprise me, Megan.
That's interesting things.
Okay, I'm gonna go read them.
Hey, Rose.
Hi. Put me in the big box. Turn off the the comments because I don't want to see anybody saying anything. Somebody, one of the mods, please just trust me on this. Mike, and you mute. I mean, Florida Man, you mute.
Everybody else does.
Thank you. I never get in the box, guys. So this is huge for me. What Amy put on her page today about children protecting children. Let me tell you something. I am a victim. My little sister was a victim. I knew what was going on, so I put myself in between the person and my sister. How dare you? How dare you? Then I could not go to my brothers and say, oh, guess what's happening to me? So you know what, Amy? I never curse. I never flip out on this. I mean, I'm losing it. So F you. Do not ever blame a child for another child being a victim. So screw you. I hope whatever happens to you now happens because I always stuck up for you. Anyway, thank you for trusting me with this, Mike. And anybody that is a victim out there, please don't let somebody like her trigger you because I was triggered and I don't get triggered easy. Anyway, everybody be blessed.
If you
Thank you
want
for
to,
letting me up.
if you want to stay up, I can explain something to you real quick.
Okay.
Let me get the comments back on.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna turn my camera off. I just put it on just so they can see my eyes. She can see my eyes for what she did. I'm shaking. I'm so upset. Anyway, I'm gonna turn my camera off now. So
Okay. I'll put you. There you go. What Scammy Claus posted wasn't true. I never met my biological father. What she posted was information from No Face, No Case. It directly links her to him. He's the only one that's ever really said that. He's the one that made it up. And he has 11 open child SA cases, and that it's dangerous for her to be associating with people like that. He's also a self-proclaimed member of the Aryan Brotherhood. I have text messages from a Snapchat group that he said he was. And they've already been released, so she knows this. But the fact that she put it out traumatizes other people and victimizes other people. And that's what I'm more concerned about than the fact that she tried to say it about me. Is there was quite a few people actually that I talked to today that were fucked up about it. With all, they have a right to be. Seeing something like that posted on the internet and then claiming that, oh, I do that. I would like to see proof of me doing that, Scammer Claus. Amy. Any time will be fine. If you don't post it, well, then you know it didn't happen. Amy is Scammy Claus. Amy Grasso.
well, there are kids out there in that situation. I mean, I'm 57 years old now and it still triggers me. That's pretty sad. So
You have a right to be triggered and to have your feelings. Amy Grasso / Scammy Claus should not be posting stuff like that on the internet, being what she claims a former educator with a wife that's currently in education. Farrah, you know you're in a box, and Susie, you know you're in a box.
apparently I heard I requested last night while I was sleeping.
You did?
Yeah.
Yes, you did. But I dropped it. You only snored like 5 or 6 times. We recorded it too.
Good. Good. But yes, if anybody is triggered by that, please, reach out to me or reach out to somebody. There's kids that are now adults that went through this, and that could have triggered memories or anything. So please reach out and get help.
While
Don't like simmer like me and get in a box.
while we're on that topic, we'll just go to that topic because I've got some notes about that too. It makes it. And if you want to stay up, you can. If you want to add to it, you can. Anybody who wants to take a box and add to it, you can. I will send it to you real quick, SJ. I'm not going to green screen it because it's pretty awful. Actually, I won't send it to you, SJ. I don't think you should see it. Farrah, you know you're in the box. Papa, you know you're in the box. I'm not trying to say like not going to show the receipt, but it's pretty awful. Scammy Claus pretty much victim blamed childhood essay. She tried to do it to me with a story that she got from a known offender that has 11 open child essay cases by saying, "Why didn't you save your sister?" With a picture of what is allegedly my biological father, which I wouldn't know if it is or not. I can't confirm it or deny because I've never met him. Weird, right? No, not at all. That is what she posted. After Smashley green screened it and said similar rhetoric. Not exactly that, though. It was different. But you could tell Scammy Claus 100% had spoken to No Face, No Case. So there's psychological harm, secondary victimization, and re-traumatization. Also, you can trigger people's bystander guilt when you post stuff like that on the internet. Random people that are scrolling a For You page can come across that and be instantly triggered. There's victim blaming after SA. It's well documented to worsen PTSD and even innocent bystanders. It can cause depression. It can silence survivors. There's negative public reactions, blame, disbelief, shaming. It all correlates with higher PTSD symptoms, and it reduces people seeking help, and it reduces people speaking out of fear that they're going to be shamed, just as she did. So many people. The secondary victimization, it's an institutional response. It's a social response to blame or shame somebody. It's a form of harm, what she did. Not just to me, but to many, many, many other people. It can deter people reporting those crimes. And it can also compound trauma. Using the term, "Why didn't you save your sister?" weaponizes bystander guilt. In real life, people freeze under threat. The bystander effect is what it's called. It's stress response. There's fight, flight, and freeze. They're well studied. Demanding some type of heroic intervention after the fact is unrealistic and cruel. For those already carrying complex trauma resulting from that, the idea of being piled on publicly can trigger disassociation and long-term mental health impacts. There's ethical violations for current and former educators. Even though she is not a current educator or employed by the school system, educators are bound by norms around professional boundaries, avoiding harm, and responsible online conduct. Publicly shaming potential victims or family members on social media contradicts those standards. Also, mandated reporter frameworks expect reporting suspected child abuse to authorities, not trial by TikTok. These laws vary by state, but consistency emphasizes reporting to child protection, not public shaming or speculation on TikTok or any social media platform. It goes against platform policies on TikTok. It's a safety risk. TikTok's community guidelines that were updated August 14th, 2025 forbid bullying, harassment, hateful ideologies, and exploitation or endangerment of minors. Publicly blaming someone for sexual abuse in their family and affiliating it with extremist narratives raises clear moderation risk and is exploiting minors.
I want to add something.
Yes.
So when my sister got a little older, she start remembering things, and so we were adults, and it all came out. And I'll never forget the Thanksgiving that my brothers could not look me in the face because it had just come out before Thanksgiving. So what you're reading is true, because my brothers just felt like, two of them were older than me, and they were like, why didn't you say anything? And was scared. So everything you're reading is so true. It is so true, because when my little sister started remembering things and talking about it, then it was horrible. It was horrible for our whole family. Like, and now for her to, oh, I'm so mad. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. You can talk about it as much as you need to, as much as you want to.
Well, no, it's just everything you're saying is true. It really is true. Like, I just remember, it took, I bet you, a good couple years to my brother, especially my younger brother, because we were so close in age, that he could look me in the face. Like, it was terrible. So for what she's done, really, and anybody that knows me knows I don't get in boxes. So for me to come out to talk about this, I'm sitting outside in the cold, by the way, to talk about it, because my granddaughter, that's 20, in the house, she doesn't know, you know. So now, it's this family secret, you know, and it's maybe wrong. Maybe I should talk to her about it someday. I don't know. I don't know. But I came outside because I didn't want her to hear me. And that is sad. It is sad that one little post, which she thought was just to jab you, actually hurt me. And then I called my sister crying, and I mean, my sister cried on the phone for a while, and another friend and I were talking, and she was crying, like, what she did was horrible. And anybody that's watching from the out, whatever you guys call it, the window, and you support scammy claws, you need to really think this out, because she's triggered many people. And my heart is just broken because I made my sister cry, and yeah, nope, she's wrong. You guys better start realizing who you're idolizing on TikTok.
That is a great way to put it. Adopt it. You know you're in the box, right? That would be a no. That's a good way to put it. People need to start watching who they idolize on TikTok. Don't idolize anybody on TikTok. Be yourself. It's totally fine to be an individual. You don't need to follow people and follow all their moves and then try to be like them, because what you're trying to be like is fake. Because Scammy Claus is not who she portrays herself to be. It happens every time. And every single conflict that I'm in, the mask falls off the other person. And I'm still the same person at the end of the day. I present myself as I am. Am I an asshole? Sure. You know what to expect, though. Hey, Mom Jax. Right, Christina. Scammy Closet posted a video mocking childhood essay towards me. She had a picture of what is allegedly supposed to be my father's mugshot, biological father's, with the phrase, "Why didn't you save your sister?" And it's a very complicated response that people are having to it, which is understandable because it triggers a lot of people for a lot of different things. And, bystanders guilt is real. She also told Nikki at least she doesn't stick stuff in her arm. So when I say the mask fell off, it shattered off. Hit the ground, shattered, can't pick it up no more. She is who she is, and she is showing everybody who she is with what she is doing. And I'm going to make sure.
Real life, she posted that?
Yes, 100%. I'll send it to you on Snapchat.
It's really none of our fucking business. But hypothetically, let's just assume that he was a fucking child or younger than her or something. Like, what the fuck do you expect, Scammy? How can you ask that fucking question even if he was a grown-ass adult? That's not how it fucking works.
And usually the victims don't speak out. And especially a child victim would not speak out because they're usually threatened or, me and my sister, we were threatened. So we were scared. Of course we didn't speak out.
I had sent it to you on Snap, Mallory, if you want to take a look at it real quick and then give your response.
I know you're fucking lying, you goddamn cunt. I hate that word. I don't use it a lot. I use it on Shannon sometimes, but you fucking cunt. That is so fucking disgusting. Record me. I don't give a shit. Talk about me being in Florida Man's life. You do not ask a sibling why they did not save their sister. Are you fucking kidding me?
That is her mask falling off, and she is showing who she truly is as a person.
All right, I'm gonna get down. I'm like literally like not even sure I'm gonna say something good. I'm gonna get down for a minute. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, you're welcome up anytime. Hey, Lennox, you know you're in the box?
Yeah. I just wanted to say to a point of that is, a few weeks ago, my mother texted my ex-stepsister about what happened to me, asking her questions, and I think it's fucking disgusting because you don't know how truly, like, nauseating that can be for not just the person who was assaulted, but also the person who was, a child as well, who may or may not have been the same.
Right. The facts behind it are the facts behind it, but what Scammy Claus did triggered a lot of people and continues to do so. And that's why I won't send it out to everybody. If you know people, you don't need to show them.
Exactly. I'm disgusted by people that can do that and question the siblings of the person that was assaulted, whether actual blood siblings or not. I think it's wildly narcissistic. It's wildly abusive. It's wildly I can't even say all the correct words because it's so outside of the scope of being an empathetic human.
I got all the notes.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll be saying all them words. Are you good, Reds?
Yeah, I'm going to drop down and go in the house. But thank you for trusting me to, just turn off the comments because I didn't want to read them while I said what I had to say. So I
Of course.
appreciate you.
Anytime.
And I'm going to go down into the comments.
Okay. If anybody else has anything to say, they can come on up. I'm going to drop you down.
I'm gonna
Because
drop down because I'm
around.
but
I am going to green screen this after this topic, so I'll warn everybody beforehand.
Where did you go, Howie?
Hey, not here.
Florida
Hey,
men.
hey,
No,
we
I'm
ain't
just
doing that.
saying.
We ain't doing
I'm
that.
just saying she can't come up and say something.
We're not doing that. Not topic. We're not going to derail the live over petty beef. Anyways, there is legal exposure for the person doing this thing, for the person doing the shaming. Defamation, but everybody says defamation. Cyber stalking and harassment. I've been talking about that a lot, but she knows what she's doing. I have every single one of her videos downloaded, and we're gonna see what we can do. Her association with white supremacists makes it worse. The Aryan Brotherhood is widely documented as a violent white supremacist prison gang, organized crime syndicate, public association with such networks, especially while discussing alleged sexual offenses, heightened safety risk for everybody in her local community. It invites targeted harassment to the children in her wife's classroom. It undermines credibility of hers and everybody associated with her. Why is it uniquely dangerous? Of right, punk? Imagine the original awareness people, the ones that still do it, the ones that are still good at it, the ones that still do it because of the right thing, doing something like that. Wild. But Scammy Claus has always been this person. I want to reiterate that. People don't just one day decide to do that. They have to have it in them. Some people don't. I don't have it in me to go after DV. I don't have it in me to go after SA, but Scammy Claus has. Scammy Claus went after DV. If we all remember Polly, Scammy Claus would speak on her DV situation almost constantly. To the point her group FOIA'd police reports and twisted and misconstrued everything about them without even taking into consideration that it's a traumatic experience that people go through, and the police aren't there to witness. The police just write down a few things. It gets handled by the prosecutor, it gets handled by the judge, it gets handled through victim services. None of that stuff actually ever really goes public into any kind of public FOIA thing. How are you going to FOIA somebody's police reports and say all the vile shit that Scammy Claus and others had said about that person? I'm forever grateful. It isn't the fact that, to me, it's not that somebody said it. To me, if you're talking Hallie, okay, I would expect Hallie to say something like that, realistically. But Scammy Claus, who's sitting up there pretending to be some moral authority and better than everybody, I would expect her to not say something like that. You know what I mean? Scammy Claus being someone who claims to be a former educator, a former teacher for 20 plus years, saying something like that hits a hell of a lot different than Hallie, not Barry, saying something like that. Questioning the essay is not questioning the essay, shaming the essay, and then to trigger everybody, to trigger bystander guilt within people, which is a tough thing to trigger. But she said, she worded it absolutely correctly, to trigger bystander guilt, to trigger re-traumatize people, actually. Questioning Polly's DV to the point of FOIAing the DV police reports and twisting the fuck out of it and leaking all of her information, including her social security number, onto the internet. Me and Polly beefed, and me and Polly went at each other hard. I never touched her DV. Ever. Because that's just something that I wouldn't go for. Me and Polly are good now. I like Polly. Because we've seen the worst of each other, and we're good. But Scammy Claus is worse than anybody I think I've ever came across on the internet. Why this behavior is uniquely dangerous? Because it can confuse mandated reporting with social media influenced pile-ons. It deters victims and families from seeking help out of fear of public shaming. It spreads misinformation that can taint investigations and harm unrelated minors and harm adults that have survived that kind of trauma. It normalizes hate and hateful narratives towards children who have been assaulted. Publicly shaming anybody with the term, "Why didn't you save your sister?" especially by a former educator and alongside extremist associations such as the Aryan Brotherhood, getting the information from them, because that's where you got your information from, Scammy Claus. And I can say that for a fact. It creates real psychological harm throughout an entire community, throughout the views of your post. Everybody who sees it, you have an opportunity to re-traumatize them, to trigger them, and to ruin their any progress that they've made in therapy. You take that away from them. It violates every professional ethic that Scammy Claus promised to uphold in her education career. What she posted doesn't protect children. It endangers children. By silencing truth and derailing proper reporting channels, and by putting fear in victims for speaking out. Right, it's a trigger for a lot of people just for her to try to get at me and fail to get it. That's the thing. She didn't personally hurt me because what she said was a complete lie, but she personally hurt a lot of other people. just because of her hatred towards one person. And she's hated me since the day I met her, since the day that she defended Dennis when Dennis was being a predator with younger women. She defended him, and she was so mad that he turned out to be what he was. And she's had this hatred for me ever since. Imagine a woman defending a man that put himself in a position, in a platform where he was, had, quote, influence over younger women, and he pretty much exclusively went for a certain age group, including his wife. Imagine Scammy Claus defending that because she did. She was Mad Dog at the time, and then she shortly changed to Scammy Claus. Wild as fuck, that woman is. I don't need Scammy Claus to like me. I can never like somebody who defends a man who is a predator towards women of a very young age group. And Coach. She was mad at me about Coach, too. James was there. How you doing, James? It's been almost 2 years with Dennis, and I stand on it. Has my story changed one time on Dennis? Has the number of women who reached out to me changed one time? There's still 11 of them that never came out, and I'll never put them out there. She demanded receipts, though, with Dennis. She said, well, you can't say that unless you put their receipts out. Well, I'm sorry, Scammy Claus, you can't put somebody else's story out there. I'm not going to weaponize someone else's experience with somebody that was negative in a sexual way just to defame somebody. But I'll tell Dennis himself because he knows. Oh, by the way, Dennis was charged with child abuse and stalking his wife by an electronic means recently. So good job, Scammy Claus, because, people who are what they are, it eventually comes out when they're faking it. That's what Scammy Claus defended back in the day. And still to this day, probably. 15 women spoke to me about what Dennis had did to them. They had no obligation to speak out against Dennis. There was no pressure. It was actually, it's okay if you don't want to talk about it publicly. The vast majority of them felt better after talking to me and didn't want to speak out, and I respected them and what they told me, and never put it out there. Never put the details out, never put them out, never used the text as receipts to hurt his reputation, because I could give a fuck about his reputation with the public. His reputation with me was shot. That's it. But Scammy Claus sat there and said, oh, he's a good guy. He didn't do that, guys. He did go after my ex. Yes, he did. If I've been one thing, I've been consistent. Even if you don't like me, you can consistently say why you don't like me. But if you're listening to other people and you have never spoke to me privately, you might want to before you listen to everybody else. You were. James was. But James, didn't you bounce out of there pretty quickly? The facts became overwhelming. Once the second woman spoke out, because there was 4 that spoke out. 4 that didn't even need to. If 0 people would have spoke out, I would have still let him know that I know what he did. Right. Awareness does not do what Scamming Clause attempted to do. It doesn't create the context of why didn't you protect your sibling? Lies and alibis. Yeah, 3 actually have. Would you like me to explain those to you? I'll do that real quick as like an intermission while I'm smoking. I'll explain the 3 that have spoke out about me. First, I would like to start it out with, by all means, feel free to go talk to any one of them. Get their side of the story. Believe them first, and then, but allow me the grace to show you my receipts. Skittles lied. Receipts are there. I have those. If you'd like to see them, I have receipts on all 15 plus false accusations that she put on me, and I have all the times where she changed her story up. There's one that lied to get a protection order on me using a false SA claim, but there's an account out there, another amnesia account. I don't even know how to say the first name. It's like starts with an A. If someone could put it in the chat. She was telling somebody to lie for her, and the text message is right there. There's also audio. There's also other text messages with other people where she lied. And then there's Megs. Megs changed her story so many fucking times. Megs was about to come out and be like, oh, he SA'd me. But Cassandra came out and outed that shit as something that they were plotting and planning. Her and someone else. Not Cassandra, but Megs and someone else. The person that lied to get a protection order on me. But don't take my word for it. By all means, go speak to any one of them and get their side of the story. But do allow me the grace to show you the receipts. Back to the topics. Why post like Scamming Clause can traumatize strangers? When a creator publicly discusses sexual violence in a shaming or sensational way, anyone scrolling by can have their own memories, fears suddenly reactivated. That's called vicarious trauma and secondary trauma. It's a well-documented psychological response where exposure to another person's trauma narrative or to a mocking of it, graphic, or blaming language about it triggers the body's own stress responses. Even people who were never abused can experience moral injury or emotional distress from seeing cruelty or injustice displayed casually. For survivors, though, that same post can trigger flashbacks or body memories, cause panic, guilt, or shame, undo progress in therapy by re-exposing them to victim-blaming messages. Social media platforms, in general, make it worse because content appears unpredictably on For You pages and, anything like whatever Instagram uses. He did not know he was in box. The content can be unpredictable and it can appear unpredictably. Meaning, survivors can't opt out before they've already seen it. How the delivery intensifies the damage. It's basically accusing somebody. Why didn't you save your sister? Reproduces the same phrases many survivors already heard from their abusers, from the family, from the police. Hearing that again, even from a stranger, can send their nervous system straight into fight, flight, or freeze mode. The mocking tone can turn something sacred and painful into spectacle, teaching the algorithm that outrage is engagement. The affiliation with the extremist and hate-based figures. As a layer of fear, marginalized viewers may interpret it as a threat, not just an opinion. The absence of content warning. It removes a basic safeguard. Responsible creators who discuss trauma normally start with some kind of trigger warning. SA discussions. A trigger warning about SA discussions to give viewers control. There's a ripple effect on social media. The normalization of cruelty. When, quote, educators or people who act like authority figures model public humiliation, it lowers empathy for everyone watching. The algorithm amplifies it. Heated comment threads tell the algorithm people are interacting, pushing the post even more, multiplying the harm. Community whatever the fuck that word is. I ain't a good reader. I'm petty in this shit. I'm petty in it without a chicken in my ass. Repeated exposure to shaming narratives makes viewers numb to real victims, eroding trust in most social networks. When you post accusatory or graphic comments about SA without warning, or in general, to shame it, you don't just hurt the person that you're targeting. You can re-traumatize survivors who are just scrolling by. Their brains can't tell the difference between reading about danger and reliving it. That's why trauma-informed creators lead with empathy, not exposure. Now on to the poverty shaming that Scammy Claus and her group of people love to do. Scammy Claus posted a video that claimed she doesn't have to worry about losing food stamps because she worked her whole life and provided for her family her whole life. And if someone would just get a job, they wouldn't have to worry about that. She did a lot today, actually. I think she hit every aspect of, she needs to be 5150 or removed from the internet as a whole. You can't just pretend to be on some moral high ground and then all of a sudden one day turn around and just be who you are in life. I feel sorry for any child who has ever confided in that woman, Amy Grasso, Scammy Claus, also and with her wife too, because her wife married her. Unless her wife was manipulated, but I'm not going to go there. I'm just going to say that I feel sorry for any children who have confided in either one of those women. They have no empathy for anyone. But why The term "get a job" misses the point. Food stamps serve people society believes should be fed. In 2023, 4 out of 5 SNAP households included a child, an older adult, or a non-elderly disabled person. That group accounts for 88% of all participants and 83% of all benefits. Shaming able-bodied freeloaders, quote, misrepresents who's actually using the program. Many SNAP users already work. USDA and independent analysis show a large share of SNAP households have earnings, and over half when children are present. People still qualify because low-wage jobs, part-time hours, and unstable schedules leave families short at the end of the month. Work rules already exist, and they got stricter. Able-bodied adults without dependents face time limits and 80-hour per month work volunteer training requirements to keep benefits, with limited waivers or exemptions. The 2025 changes narrow waivers and expand enforcement, so make them work is not a policy in sight. It's already policy. Wages versus cost. The math doesn't pencil out. Even full-time workers often don't earn a local living wage. The pay needed to cover basics where they live. Only 56% of full-time workers earn enough to meet family needs, per a study of SHRM's summary of national data. The MIT Living Wage Calculator shows why rent, transportation, and food have outpaced outdated poverty lines. Childcare destroys budgets. With $13,128 is the 2024 national average for childcare, or 9 to 16% of median income for just one child. Many working parents can't hold jobs without help. Waiting lists for subsidiaries are long in many states. Quote, get a job collapses when childcare costs more than what the job pays. Hey, Mary, you know your inbox. You can come back up if you meant to. Why telling somebody to work harder is cruel to people who are disabled. Employment barriers are real. They're structural and they're miserable. In 2024, only 22.7% of people with disabilities were employed, with unemployment roughly double that of non-disabled peers, reflecting barriers like transportation, accommodation gaps, episodic conditions, discrimination, and energy limits. That's not laziness, it's labor market reality. Many SNAP households rely on fixed disability/retirement incomes. A large share of SNAP households with elders receive Social Security and or SSI. These checks are modest and often swallowed by rent and medical costs, leaving little for groceries. SNAP fills a gap as people don't choose between medication and food. To access the program is a hurdle in itself. Even among eligible older or disabled adults, participation can be 50% or less due to paperwork and access barriers, meaning need is undercounted, and stigma already keeps people from applying. Shaming that makes it worse. Why jobs don't guarantee you food? Irregular hours. Retail, care, and gig schedules swing week to week. When hours fall below 35 hours a week, pay can't cover fixed bills. SNAP bridges gaps during those dips. Wages rarely match local living cost, as documented by MIT calculators across the country. Benefit cliffs. A tiny raise can trigger a benefit loss larger than a raise, briefly leaving families worse off. Something policymakers and researchers flag as a known problem in practice. Families juggle too much for help, too little to live. Childcare logistics. Many shifts start early and many start late. Many start outside daycare hours. After school care adds cost. With national averages above $13,000 a year, a single parent. It was a police helicopter it missed. They do got a spotlight on now. They haven't shined it on me yet. But with national averages above $13,000 a year, a single parent can lose money by working certain shifts. Then there's health and caregiving. Chronic conditions, therapy appointments, or caregiving for kids or parents reduce availability hours. Disability can be invisible. Demanding proof on the internet is invasive and irrelevant. Mittens has a video up about this. And remember to look towards your local food banks for help. VFWs also do give food to vets. And if you're in a good position, give to your local food banks. What food stamps actually pays and why nobody's living large off of food stamps. SNAP is designed as modest last dollar help for groceries. In 2024, the average was about $188 per person per month, roughly $6 a day, and around $322 per household in 2023. It doesn't cover hot food or non-food basics like diapers or soap. It's a grocery gap filler, not an income. There's fraud, and then there's reality. Critics believe improper payments due to agency or eligibility errors correlate with fraud, with it being intentional. Improper payments, about 11 or 12%, were about 11 or 12% in 2023, often paperwork or agency errors. Multiple briefings emphasize that confirmed frauds or trafficking is a much smaller subset. The constant "everyone is scamming" narrative isn't supported by the evidence and feeds the stigma. There's policy context that you might be seeing in the news. Participation averaged 41.7 million people, 12.3% of residents in 2024. That's normal for a big country during high food prices. Recent federal changes tighten work rules and may reduce benefits in the coming years. Economists warn that cutting SNAP also drags consumer spending because every SNAP dollar ripples through the local economy. Shaming individuals won't change the policy, but it does hurt the families. Why shaming someone backfires? Stigma suppresses participation among eligible people, especially disabled and elderly, leading to hunger, worse health, kids struggling in school, and higher long-run costs for everyone. It's not unkind, it's counterproductive. Scammy Claus being a, quote, former educator. Publicly shaming someone for being on food stamps and by saying I don't have to worry about that. I work my whole life. Is wild as fuck. It's unbelievably insensitive from someone who was around low income students. She was at a public school. Every public school has some low end families and students that are in poverty. It's a shame that the students that were in poverty and had to deal with her had to deal with her. And the sad part is Scammy Claus doesn't even see what she's doing is wrong. That means she truly believes all of it. We're going to talk about the teaching profession now. The foundation of the teaching profession. Teaching isn't just a job, it's a position of public trust. Every state's Department of Education has a professional code that rests on three pillars: duty of care to protect the emotional and physical safety of others, integrity to model honesty, fairness, and respect, and public confidence to maintain trust in the education system. When an educator or a former educator who still identifies publicly as one uses social media to stalk, harass, and demean others, they destroy all three pillars simultaneously. Right? If you need state assistance, don't ever be ashamed. Like, if anybody ever shames you for needing public assistance, there's something wrong with the person trying to shame you for it. If that individual really thinks that the money that they pay in taxes specifically goes to you, that's wild as fuck. Because that money then got spent on a fucking office chair in some government building that has nothing to do with EBT. Hey, animal, you know the box.
Yeah, hey, quick question. I got a message because they're too embarrassed to ask, but does food stamps cover crack?
No, tell Miss Unknown no. Food stamps does not cover crack, but she can sell them for 50 cents on the dollar. I'm sure she does.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna hop down. I just figured I'd ask
Yeah.
for her.
Yep. It's unknown if food stamps cover crack. Now, I don't really think Miss Unknown's on food stamps because she'd be begging for DoorDash every night. She'd be on the back end. You got a little $10 to help me out. What about $5? Anybody who sends Miss Unknown money, please do know that you are doing nothing more than what everybody says to not do. Don't give addicts money because she's going, what if the money you give her is the last hit? Don't put that on your mind. Don't put that blood on your hands. Save Miss Unknown's life. Don't send her any money. So for teachers and former educators, there are codes of conduct and ethical standards. Most states, including Connecticut, where Amy Grasso and her wife Megan reside, follow a version of the Moral Code of Ethics for Educators, or the MCEE, adopted by the National Association of State Directors of Teachers Education and Certification. The key principles include principle number 1, responsibility to the profession. Uphold honesty and avoid conduct that discredits the profession. Principle 2, responsibility for professional competence. Commit to truth and fairness. Principle 3, responsibility to students. Treat every student with dignity and respect without bias or discrimination. Principle 4, responsibility to parents, guardians, and community. Maintain trust and model ethical behavior. Principle 5, responsible and ethical use of technology. Use social media in a manner that upholds the dignity of the profession. When educators or former educators engage in harassment, stalking, and or shaming in a sexual nature or any other nature online, they violate nearly every one of these principles. There are specific misconducts that have consequences for current educators and former. Online stalking and targeted harassment is a breach of principle number 5, ethical use of technology, and principle number 1, public trust. The impact is that it damages the safety and reputation of victims, creates a hostile environment, and shows disregard for law and ethics. The disciplinary outcomes can be a loss of teaching license, permanent notation of misconduct, or revocation of educator credentials. Many state education boards treat cyberstalking and digital harassment as a moral turpitude, offenses which lead to grounds for license revocation. Megan, not Megan here, Amy's wife, Scammy Claus's wife, because she's on this app too, doing the same shit. Fair is fair. Be the good people that you portray yourselves to be on the internet, or be the shitty people that you are on the internet and life. There's shaming survivors of childhood SA. It's breach of principle number 3 and 4. It inflicts psychological harm and re-traumatizes survivors. It teaches others that mocking trauma is acceptable. It violates trauma-informed care standards adopted in modern education. The consequences: public loss of trust, damage to school reputation, possible civil liability if the speech is tied to identifiable victims. Shaming addicts in recovery. Discrimination and harassment under disability protection frameworks, substance use disorder is recognized as a health condition. Impact: it can promote stigma that undermines recovery. It contradicts the educator's duty to model compassion and evidence-based understanding. It can deter students or community members from seeking help. By the way, this is community here on TikTok. The community, the awareness community that she is a part of. There's community behind all of it. The consequences can be a professional ethics violation for lack of empathy and factual integrity, and potential board sanctions. Hey, Mama 3, you know you're in the box, right? Chrissy, you know you're in the box, right? Then there's mocking food stamp recipients and people in poverty. That violates Principle 3 and 4, equality and fairness. Many state standards prohibit derogatory remarks about an individual's socioeconomic status. The impact is that it reinforces classist stereotypes, alienates students and members of the community from low-income families who rely on assistance programs, publicly positions the educator or former educator as lacking compassion, which undermines community trust. The consequences: disciplinary reviews or termination if employed. For former educators, publicly condemning and mocking those in poverty can cause professional outing, ostracization, whatever the fuck that word is. Again, I'm pettying this shit up. Or am I? Or am I just going to have to make fun of her being illiterate? I've done it, so y'all can do it too, right? Public statements like "get a job" or "I worked, so I don't worry about that" deny systematic realities: disability, underemployment, and caregiving that teachers are trained to understand. There's moral grandstanding and hypocrisy that violates Principle 1, integrity. Educators must act consistently with the ethical values they teach. It creates cynicism among students and in the community. Teachers preach morals but don't practice them. It erodes moral authority and the entire profession. Even if not illegal, such behavior destroys professional reputation and employability in educational, counseling, or social service roles. There's psychological and social damage. To victims, chronic stress, fear, re-traumatization, and reputational harm. To the profession, diminished public confidence, increased teacher-to-student distrust, and polarization in communities. To the perpetrator, professional isolation, potential license revocation, and possible criminal exposure if harassment escalates. Educators hold mandatory reporting obligations for abuse. When one instead mocks or exploits abuse victims, they invert their ethical role from protector to aggressor. There's long-term consequences: loss of credentials and future employment in any position involving minors or vulnerable populations, blacklisting in education networks, references, district rehire bans, and union membership loss, civil suit or criminal charges if harassment victims document sustained abuse. Digital footprint permanence. Screenshots, archives, and videos from a lasting record of misconduct. Why former educators, in quotes, don't get a free pass. Retirement or resignation does not erase moral duty. A person who once held a teaching license still benefits from the authority and credibility of that title, and therefore still bears the responsibility to uphold its standards. Using that title while engaging in harassment creates false legitimacy, misleading the public into thinking that their cruelty carries educational or moral weight. The truth is, teaching is supposed to elevate. When an educator or former educator uses their voice to degrade, they corrupt the very thing that made them credible. Shaming survivors, addicts, or family in poverty doesn't show strength. It shows the collapse of empathy and the abandonment of the professional soul. Every teacher signs a social contract to model decency, fairness, and truth. When a current or a former educator uses the internet to stalk, harass, or shame individuals, they don't just break the code of conduct. They betray every classroom they ever stood in. The license may expire, but the responsibility to act with integrity never does. Oh, what do I think will change with reading this? It's education for the public. I do this often, by the way. This is how I respond to people and their actions. Because why would I respond in a hostile way when clearly what they're doing is affecting not me, but the people everywhere else? So somebody has to be responsible and respond in a calm way with factual based research. I call it the comments. See, people are angry, and Petty's Pringle Can, you know you're up here, right? Or you know you're coming up. You know you're in a box, right? And also, not to mention, I think reading all this puts people that Skammy Claus has affected directly at ease a little bit. It gives them something to research and maybe talk about. Shows why Skammy Claus is a piece of shit. You gotta see my fucking notepad in my phone. People are angry, Zane. Um, People are angry because every, just about every aspect of how people could be offended has been done today alone, by Skammy Claus alone. Not to mention what everyone else has done. Just talking about what Skammy Claus did. Um, Talking about Snark's grandchild. That pisses a lot of people off. And she knows it. That's why she does it. But also, you shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be shaming childhood SA. You shouldn't be framing it in a way where you trigger bystanders' guilt. not knowing nothing at all about the situation. You shouldn't be shaming people in poverty. You shouldn't be shaming people for having EBT. Certainly shouldn't be shaming children who don't speak English. You shouldn't be shaming autistic children. You shouldn't be shaming caregivers of autistic children. Right, Joyce, she did trigger a lot of people. And the next topic is autism. Not just autism. Autism and poverty. It's two whole different challenges, but when combined, it becomes one of the hardest things that people can go through. I don't think Scammy Claus can even grasp the idea of how difficult it is to be a caregiver to an autistic child and rely on EBT and resources to help. I'm not going to go into detail or specifics about anybody's situation, but if you don't know that person personally, you've not been on the phone with them, you've not seen how they interact with the child, you shouldn't be judging them at all. Because if you've seen how, for example, Snark interacts with her grandchild, you would see that she cares about her grandchild. You would see that she genuinely loves her grandchild and that she takes care of her grandchild. And for people to shame her or try to judge her or put their 2 cents in, they can really fuck right off. There's a higher financial and material hardship involved. Families of children with autism live in poverty at elevated rates. One study found that over 50% of children with autism lived in households under 200% of the U.S. federal poverty limit. Such families report more material hardship, meaning difficulty affording basics like food, housing, and medical care than families of children with other special health care needs. A recent study shows children with autism living in poverty face higher health inequalities, less access to service, and worse outcomes. There's a major toll on caregivers and parents when it comes to income. Parents and caregivers often reduce work hours or leave employment entirely to meet caregiving demands. The therapy appointments, the behavioral supports, and all the other appointments that aren't talked about when you have a child or you're a caregiver to a child with autism. In 2020, a study showed that 30% of families had to reduce or stop work to care for their child with autism. That leaves fewer assets, less savings, less financial cushion. A study showed many families with autistic adolescents had little or no savings, suffered income drops, and were at risk of bankruptcy. Access to services is a lot harder for low-income neighborhoods and low-income families. Children with autism in low-income areas may get diagnosed later, receive fewer early interventions, or fewer specialized services. Why it matters? When someone unfamiliar with these realities judges or shames a caregiver or a parent or a child with just tell them no, or why don't you just do this, or that's lazy, or you're spoiling them. They ignore the extra hours and work that the parent and or caregiver is doing, the lost income from caregiving, the cost of therapies and specialized support, travel time, time off work if work isn't left entirely, the structural barriers, the low-income jobs, inflexible schedules, transportation, and childcare costs that make just get a job do more harm than any good it could possibly do. There's neurodiversity layers. Other neurodivergent diagnoses overlap. ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders overlap with autism. Autism frequently overlaps with ADHD. Language disorders, learning disabilities, executive function impairments, anxiety, and other conditions. Eating research shows children and adults with autism or ADHD have significantly more eating difficulties, meaning food selectivity, rigid routines, sensory sensitivities, than neurotypical peers. For example, autistic adults have the highest rate of eating problems, and children with ADHD also showed elevated risk for atypical eating behaviors. There's sensory processing and the insistence on sameness. One core feature of autism is insistence on sameness, preferring routines, predictability. This makes transitions, changes in environment, new foods, altered routines very stressful for that individual. Sensory sensitivities to taste, texture, smell, appearance, color often underlie behaviors that outsiders might call picky or bad manners. For the child, these are real distress responses. The food and texture issues with picky eating and why they matter. Autistic children are 5 times more likely than neurotypical peers to show eating difficulties. Up to 88% of children with autism were found to eat a limited range of foods. Food selectivity is strongly associated with sensory sensitivity, routine/ritual demands, and texture aversions. This isn't kids being picky. It can reflect feeding disorders like avoidant and restrictive food intake disorder, especially when the diet is extremely limited and has health consequences. There's a lived reality for the family that the people that are trying to insult that family will never understand. A child may only eat certain brands, cooked a certain way. The example, a chicken nugget brand, cooked exactly at whatever degrees, or a specific brand of cereal, or a thermoconsistent texture. Any change from brand to shape, color, the color of the plate or utensil can trigger refusal, meltdown, and shutdown. Budgeting becomes harder. The preferred foods may cost more. It may require planning. It may be unavailable during supply disruptions. And poverty, limited food budgets, plus feeding difficulties, results in nutritional risk, added stress for the parent or caregiver, guilt and isolation for them as well. Mealtime becomes a battleground, not for lack of will, but because of real neurological and sensory constraints. When uninformed people say, just tell them no, or just feed them anything, it dismisses cognitive, sensory, emotional, and budget realities. Why judging caregivers or children is wrong, especially from outsiders. Caregivers carry a significant emotional load. The parent or caregiver isn't just raising a child in a standard way. They're coordinating therapies, managing sensory issues, advocating in school systems, juggling employment, adjustments, facing judgment from others, and in many cases, living on a tight budget or at the poverty line. Added shame or ignorance from assholes on the internet, from people who have never walked in the shoes of that caregiver, adds to the burden. It increases isolation. It can undermine mental health of both the parent and the child. The children already face a social stigma. Autistic children often face social misunderstanding. The example is, why are they doing that behavior? Or why won't they eat? Wrong judgment, especially from older adults who say, just discipline them, or they're being lazy, or just tell them no, only magnifies the social exclusion. When a group of older women, for example, who have no experience raising neurodivergent children, speak in sweeping terms, like just tell them no, or feed them regular food, or just discipline them, they misinterpret the behavior. Food refusal isn't always willful defiance. They invalidate the child's experience with the sensory distress and the anxiety. They invalidate the caregiver's efforts, often enormous. They reinforce stigma and shame. And poverty complicates everything. In affluent families, some feeding issues may be buffered by resources, therapist access, specialized foods, flexible employment, and extra help. In poverty, the same issues hit harder because of fewer resources, less margin for error, limited access to private support, fewer alternative options, no private feeding therapy, and greater vulnerability to disruptions. Judgment ignores this context, saying, just tell them no, or just feed them other food. Assumes unlimited budget, time, stability, and professional support. The wrong message does have consequences. Shaming messages increases caregiver guilt, anxiety, and may discourage them from seeking help or being transparent about challenges or for fear of being judged. They encourage a one-size-fits-all model of parenting. Example, you must make them eat X or you're a bad parent, which fails children with autism and disrupts trust. They perpetuate ableism and classism, implying that children who don't conform to normal neurotypical eating or behaviors are misbehaving, rather than being neurodivergent or differently wired. If a parent or a caregiver of an autistic child is in poverty and feels judged by a group of older women who haven't experienced this reality, it's not just unfair, it's emotionally harmful. When someone says, just feed them, or just tell them no, they ignore the sensory processing, the anxiety, the narrow food repertoire, the finances, the time lost from work, the time put into the caregiving, the therapies, the meltdowns, and the fatigue. When people in society misunderstand these families, they add a margin to their hardship rather than providing empathy and support and structural change. I think I've covered all the topics that Scammy Claus shit on everybody on. I'll tell you what, this is going to be a hell of a live for everybody to listen to tomorrow. they probably go through these transcripts on YouTube, and they're probably dying. They're probably like, where is he talking shit? Where is this crackhead at? Where do we call unknown a crackhead? Sadly, the information is for the people that are doing it, but they're not going to listen because they tell people don't listen to him because they don't want the truth out about him. But little do they know, Scammy Claus, when you do the fuck shit that you do, you're showing everybody who you are. I want Scammy Claus to step outside her little online bubble, outside of her little echo chamber of people who think she's some moral authority, and into a Facebook group full of parents of autistic children. And I want her to say what she said to Snark, to each and every one of them, and see how fast her life is ripped out from underneath her and turned upside down because she wants to tell everybody, I'm fucking vile. Wait till you insult parents of autistic children who ain't going to take your shit, who will sit there and make calls to everybody in your town. What you said about Snark and Snark's grandchild is so fucking disrespectful. You should really be ashamed of yourself for everything that you've done in the last 2 years on TikTok because you ain't done shit. What positive change has Scammy Claus made? Can anybody name one? Well, goddamn, Scammy Claus, what you doing? At least I've gotten genuine messages from people saying thank you. You ever got one of those from someone not in your echo chamber, Scammy Claus? Probably not. Her response is going to be, "Oh well, I took Jenna Stronger off the app." No, you didn't. She's still on the app. You stalked that Sean guy. Trust me when I say you're doing more harm than anybody, Scammy Claus. To a lot of people. Right. She's still going after people and their social security for begging on TikTok. How is taking away someone's social security for begging on TikTok helping them? You're taking more money away from them when they don't make enough already as it is. Does Scammy Claus think that she is the one to determine how much money somebody deserves in life? Is Scammy Claus going to go to her local Walmart and go out to the median and harass the person holding the sign in person and tell every single person that's in the car next to him, don't give them money? Is she going to do that? Right. Her goal is not help, it's punishment. Right. Most people on SSDI and SSI do not get food stamps because they make too much. Or if they do, they get a very reduced amount. I know people on SSI and SSDI that get $30 in food stamps. Or they get 50. I know some that get $5 and they don't even bother using it. Because to fill out paperwork for $5 a month, they just would rather go panhandle. $17, which friends get. Yep. Do people in poverty not deserve to eat good? There was a conversation about beans and rice and feed everybody beans and rice, but that's not. It works. It does work, but when you eat a good meal, it's a morale booster. When you look forward to just beans and rice every single day, um, that's not really a morale booster. I mean, on Skinny Claus's page, she's doing something like she has some meal on there, and I bet you that meal is something that people who budget with SNAP benefits probably wouldn't be able to afford. Why does it matter to her, and how does it affect her? That is a great question. Why does it matter to Scammy Claus? And how does it affect her? Do people getting on the internet and asking people for money really affect Scammy Claus? She's going to say, well, I'm stopping people from getting scammed. No, you're messaging people who had an extra $10 to send somebody and telling them they got scammed and gaslighting them into thinking that they were scammed. That's what you're doing. You're messaging people that gift people that you deem unworthy of gifts or extra money and gaslighting them into thinking that they're scammed. Scammy Claus is creating the problem. She's not fixing anything. She's creating a problem. She's manufacturing the issue so she can pretend to fix the issue, just so she can spit on somebody and be like, I'm better than them. Because that's what she needs. Because she cannot be a better person. She must bring someone so far down beneath her to seem like a better person. A pocket watcher in the worst way. Right, elderly people getting SSI have to choose between food and medication. And yes, Medicare coverage does cover most medications, but there are out-of-pocket, expenses, co-pays for some people. Medicare does not cover 100% of medications either. There's not an off-brand for every medication either. So there's that. There's a lot of factors that Scammy Claus doesn't really cover. She likes to do this whole one-size-fits-all. People are either good or bad, and she does it because she attracts the simple-minded people who don't want details. They just want simple, good, bad. Who's good, who's bad? And then she's like, oh, well, I'm good, look, because this guy's begging for money and scamming people. What? Since when is people panhandling and scamming? Right. Who is she to be the one to judge who can ask for money on the app? When is panhandling and scamming? They're literally saying, hey guys, I need money. Here's my cash app. They might say it's for food, but Miss Unknown says it's for fucking DoorDash, so, and Scammy Claus is good with her. Holly Mae and Rotina put their cash apps out there, and she's good with them. You want to see her cash app name? Let me grab her cash app name real quick. Hey, Flying Without Wings. Someone mind taking a box so I can pause? I really don't think Miss Unknown's buying DoorDash with it. Honestly. That's even more her terms. Because, what, you're just going to believe fucking Miss Unknown that she's buying DoorDash with the money she's asking from people? Absolutely the fuck not. She doesn't tell the truth about fucking nothing. Genuinely, Miss Unknown either cannot read or cannot comprehend. Oh, let me accept you. I had to dig through like a couple hundred receipts for that shit. I'll accept you. You know you're in the box, right? Beautiful me. No, you don't. Okay, so this is your cash app name. Notice it's $1.01. It's not the $1 transaction that Scammy Claus had shown on her page saying that it was the only dollar she ever gave Jen. There are more, and this proves it, by the way. God's gift from heaven is her fucking cash app name. So when you said, who is she? God's greatest gift? Well, apparently her cash app name would fucking assume that she thinks she is. It is fucking insane. Everybody should report this cash app too, by the way, just because it would be funny and the morally correct thing to do. But I will be DMing everybody the contact information to the Monroe Public Schools in Newton, Connecticut, and screenshots for everybody to email about Amy Grasso and her wife Megan. I'll deliver the names to. There's no like copy paste email. It's your own words, your own feelings of how harmful these two individuals are to the community that they participate in online and the community that they participate in life. She is full of herself. And her ego is fucking massive. Do you know you're in a box? Maybe there might be a way. But, I mean, legally, I think it should stay up. Because what she's doing, like, it's getting worse. And you can see her getting worse. And, I've got most everything that she said about me for the last year and a half, 2 years. I'm not going to rally people to go against her because I just don't think that's right. But I will inform people to act as they see fit. If you want to go report every single one of her videos, by all means, make sure you report them for the proper things that they're doing. Don't misrepresent the reports. If you want to report her to TikTok Legal, do it, but do it in your own words and do it properly. Don't lie. Don't exaggerate. If you want to report her to Facebook groups and drop her in there, go for it. There's many ways to bring awareness to an individual who is spiraling out of control and just won't stop. If you want to join her local Facebook community and let the local people know in her area about her, do it, but do it in your own words. Don't lie, don't exaggerate. Don't sensationalize stuff like she does. Be honest about her. Because honesty and truth is her biggest enemy. She can't tell it, so she can't take it. If you tell people who she is in an honest way, she'll have nothing to do but deflect. Like today, when she was told about the childhood SA shaming, she said, but Florida man does it. I would like to see proof on that. How many times have I asked Scammy Claus for proof on something she has accused me of? She said I was charged with DV. False. She said my ex, Raina, ran around the app and said that I beat her. But then turned around and I guess she said, quote, I guess Florida man intimidated her into going around and fixing it. False. That stuff comes up and Raina's like, what? And I tell her, if you want, go be honest with people. But if you don't want, I don't give a fuck. Said no, I ain't do it. Shit like that's weird, and it's for public perception. It's to try to destroy somebody's reputation because she knows that I'm gonna tell the truth about her, and that's what she doesn't like. She can't live her fantasy online of being some moral authority over people. She has to be Amy Grasso, the piece of shit that it always was. And that's all she'll ever be to me, is Amy Grasso, the same piece of shit that could not live up to her father's standards. Not because he told her she couldn't, but because she couldn't. She couldn't be a credible human being. She couldn't have integrity and empathy. She couldn't be honest. She wanted to take shortcuts. And this is what shortcuts get her. Showing people all at once who she really is and who she has been this whole time. Because if nobody knew, this is what Scammy Claus has been like the entire time behind the scenes. Correct, Christina. I'm transparent about what I do, and there's a reason why. Because if I did it, I'll tell you. I don't give a fuck. But if I did it, I want you to know I did it. That's why I don't put any weight on any of these little backup accounts that can't say shit with their full chest, because I done went and said so much shit on my main account. I done went and posted so much shit on my main account. Y'all are out your mind if you think you get any respect whatsoever on a backup account, not telling people who you are. And wanting to call people out. Are you holding me accountable by making AI videos of me? No, you're flattering me because I'm the one that started the AI trend over here. Y'all just copied me. It's flattering. I like the videos. I think the jokes could be funnier sometimes. But that's just me. Maybe I don't think the jokes are funny as they could be because they're not unique. It's already jokes that I've made about people because they copy them too. I agree. Some people don't know what to do with people that are honest. I've been honest about stuff I ain't had to be. It removes their argument because it shows you who's in it for honesty and in it to shame people. I read it right. Now I noticed it wasn't said right. There is no argument when people are honest. Why is it that I can be honest about things, but then when I ask for a conversation, I'm sitting here waiting, but nobody shows up? The people that don't show up to the conversations, they're the ones lying. The people that are unable to have a civil conversation where a point is made and then it's responded to, they're the ones that are deflecting and trying to be louder. And I'm so hurt and traumatized by this individual. What? Because I told the truth on you? If the truth hurts so much, my God, get the fuck off the internet. Stop lying. Come to terms with yourself. If you're a piece of shit, be one. Look, I'm happily a piece of shit. I ain't sitting here trying to be fake. You know me, you know what you're getting. And you know what you're getting from the get-go. Except you don't. Because the vast majority of people that want to call me like a malignant narcissist because you have a degree to be able to diagnose with that have never once had a conversation with him. Right? Like, the passive aggressive shit, the, the side eye, the side little jabs, the offending little comments that are supposed to be offending, the backstabbing, everybody talking behind everybody's back. It's weird. Oh, my thoughts on faith? I don't know faith. I don't participate in watching streams. Creators who get streamed by other people for money. What are your thoughts on the Diva Show? What are your thoughts on the Diva Show? I can watch her live without streaming, but people are streaming her for money, and I don't think that's a fair way to get to know somebody. There's a lot of pressure that's put on people that are being streamed by other people through those platforms that stream them. If you're a backup account, that's talking about faith, and you don't know the Diva Show, Diva Rebel literally knows all the people. I mean, I'll show you who she is. That's not the problem. This is the Diva Show right there. You see the profile picture? She streams Faith all the time. She's one of the biggest people that stream Faith. That profile picture look familiar? How about a different view? Does it look familiar from there? I mean, because here it's covering minority children. But from there, it's a little higher up. Does it look different from here? Because her story on her page says that she had this outburst here because of a mental breakdown that was caused by 3 break-ins in a row. But this right here clearly says that it's from pictures that were reported. And the pictures that were reported were also racist as well. I have about, I'd say, 10 other posts. I also have the post where she tried to educate people on the Confederate flag and why it's okay. And also the other post on when she tried to educate people on why it's okay for white people to say the N-word. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. But she runs around and claims not racist. She's also a part of that Diagnosis Amnesia account with Justin Chuck, who takes advantage of vulnerable women and puts their intimate photos in a Discord for other people to see and other people to shame. And also Calhoun, who is a absolutely loony fucking individual. But yeah, she's one of the biggest people that stream Faith, and that's one of the biggest problems of people that stream is they try to have a moral authority over people when they're a piece of fucking shit themselves, and they only do it for money, and they bully the fuck out of those people. So the added pressure from the platforms that stream Faith is the fact that the people that want the attention from the person doing it, they'll go do some fuck shit, and they'll trigger them just to get the good job. It's another situation of people capitalizing off of others' pain. That's exactly right. And Kirsten's another person that says, oh, he's done so much to me. I outed your racism. You don't think that's something that should be outed? If you want to be a racist, by all means, be a racist, but be open about it. That way the people that don't morally agree with it cannot fuck with you. But you lie about it because you're trying to get people that are good to be around you, and you give some bullshit story because you know my ass is right there with these fucking screenshots. It's a lot of problems with a lot of people on this app not being genuinely who they are. When if they were, they don't realize that they would draw in an audience anyways. Look at me. I'm genuinely who I am. And I still have people that follow me and that come to my lives and that hear me out. If I was fake, people would only hear me out for so long until the collapse happens like Scammy Claus today. Well, yesterday. And, I mean, people might ask why I do fuck shit. Because it helps pick apart the little mask that they got on. And a lot of stuff's exaggerated by the people. Notice how there's no receipts shown, like ever. They play little out of context clips being like, oh, this is the person that you support. Okay. Well, at least people know. At least people know. What you see is what you get with Me Too, Rim. What you see is what you get, not what you hear. Because what you hear is grossly misrepresented. Okay. But I always say that my reputation is built on the lies that people that went against me threw at me to try to win, and they still lost. Don't believe everything you hear without proof and without context. A 30-second clip doesn't have context. The audio about Petty, he green screened my kids in their address. Right before that audio, if you notice, it's like a 50-minute phone call, but yet there's 30 seconds of it that's played. It's the only 30 seconds they could cut and be like, oh, he's a piece of shit. But right before that, I said, if anything happens to my kids, because there's like 800-900 people in there, and back then Petty had a wild ass following. But I bet you nobody plays that audio of Petty trying to get his baby mama bougie unalived, right? Nobody plays that, but people still used Petty for what influence they thought Petty had to benefit them. And you see that because when Petty cut him, they were mad at him. It was, Joyce. It was 45 minutes of triggering content. And him trying to speak into existence, somebody going and doing that. Right, Christina. I didn't. I seen what the live was about, but I was in a whole ass other live. I was like, I ain't going to that live because I'm not gonna subject myself to that. But there are people that wanted to support him and fell for it, and that's okay. But that's the manipulation that people see across this app from people who, and not just Petty, but Petty is trying to do better. Just give him credit where it's due. I can't be all negative about him, because if we don't give people an opportunity to do better, then we're the problem. But we also can't forget like the super fuck shit like that. Like, but notice when Petty cut everybody got mad at him. Everybody had an issue with it, but yet the people that he cut were supporting a woman that put monkeys on his children. And me, his arch nemesis on the internet, gave more of a fuck about exposing the fact that she disrespected him, his family, his children like that, because it's wrong, than the people that claim to be his friends. It's crazy. I'm like, I wanted to send Petty those receipts forever ago. Like, before I even put them out, I didn't even want to put them out myself. I wanted to just give them to Petty and let him handle it his way, because it was like I could not scrub out those pictures enough. Like, when I showed what I showed, it was Petty's fucking face, and everything else was out of there. And I'll still send Petty the whole recording, all of it, like, because he deserves to have all of it. What question? What real question did he ask? Because I don't watch him. I hear about some of the stuff that he says. Um, and honestly, what gave me hope that he's actually like in a different mindset is the joke he made when I posted that video on my live and it had the stamp on it. And he said, someone asked him like, what does the stamp mean? And he's like, oh, he probably just wants to rob somebody with a stamp collection. I fucking laughed at that. That was a great fucking joke. It was a very good comeback. You must have got filtered when you said the question. Hey,
Hey, I'll just come up and say it. She was in the chat, and he goes, I want to know why you put monkeys on my kids' faces, and she wouldn't answer, and he said something like, you did it. I've seen the proof. Don't lie to me. She wouldn't really say anything, and so he blocked her. He said, that's it. And it hasn't been my experience that Petty has really been that direct. It's always been a maneuver and used things to move certain people in certain directions. You know what I mean? It's all a manipulation. So the way he handled this kind of showed me a different side of him and actually made me I felt it was so wrong the whole time, but it actually I had sympathy for him, which I've never had
well, I
much
mean,
of that, but I had it at that time because the way he asked it, the way he said it, you could tell he was hurt.
yeah. And the way he said it to Bree, where Bree was like, "Well, I thought she didn't do it," and he was like, his emotion when it was like, "Well, she put monkeys on my kids." Yeah, like
Hmm.
I feel for him. I felt for him when I found it. I'm like, damn, that is one of the most disrespectful things that somebody can do over his kids.
It's so true. And it's like, it kind of goes along with the way that things have been going over there is that nobody really wants to see the truth about much of anything. And I think it was like, okay, at least, at least there's, and because that's what I respect about you um, and, and the people that are around us and stuff. It's like it is or it isn't, there's just no, all this speculation or manipulation or holding back this or that. And I thought that was different for that space over there. And he may not have as many people over there, but I think at least he knows who's with him. And I think he had been watching them be cool with her and be cool with unknown and watch the way that Smashley moves and all that stuff. And I think he had been doing it for a while. I think maybe some of that was why he had that little crash, not little crash out, big crash out with you. I think he was just kind of losing it and then he just kind of crashed and then he had to assess who was around him.
Yeah, and like with me, it is either it is or it isn't. And with the vast majority of everybody around me, it is either it is or it isn't, no matter what,
Hmm.
and no matter who. Like, if people are wrong, we admit it.
Yeah. And I like that. And what's crazy is that, like I've been with Mel since the beginning, and she's like that too. She's very she's brutally honest about herself, and she can poke fun at herself. I see some of the same things within. I think all of us are kind of like that. We don't take ourselves so seriously that we're dishonest about who we are.
Yeah.
or what we're capable of. And I like that, and I get so tired of that with certain people. Well, how, you say uh, you're okay, and I'm like, well, what has he done to me, and what has he done to anybody that's unprovoked, or that somebody didn't like? This whole thing with Smashley, like, I think her behavior has been deplorable compared to anything you did. The way she's treated her friends and the things that she said, I don't get it. I don't get it at all, because she sat with you for the longest time. And when anybody would say, well, he did this, or maybe he did that, and she'd say, but not to me, da 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 da. And then all of a sudden, you're going to tell me that this supposed thing is going to make her do a whole 180 on you? Mm-mm.
No.
I think it was Malibu,
Well,
honestly.
it was clout.
Yeah.
Because sadly, I come with like a little badge of honor somebody could get for taking me out or taking me down, quote,
Mm-hmm.
where somebody could be like, "Oh, I took him down." But how can you take down somebody who's brutally honest about themselves and who is not faking anything?
Mm-hmm.
I'm the only one that'll do some fuck shit, not encourage the audience to do it, and do it myself. And then be like, fuck yeah, I did that. Call people on lives and make sure it's all on live. Make sure I post anything I do that might be considered fuck shit on my page.
Well, and that's what I think some people will say, um, stuff. People will get certain ideas about you. I'm not going to say names, but will say, I just can't sit with them. It's like, look at what Scammy Claus is doing. And she's probably been doing this stuff all along, but she's been hiding it, you know?
Yep.
Um, I don't feel like you've had beefs with people. I don't think you just go around doing things to people.
No.
That's not my opinion of you at all. And I think you're a damn good friend.
I keep the beefs between me and the people that they're between. I
You
mean,
you have real loyalty, though, to the people that you care about, and I admire that. And I get sick and tired of people not considering that just because you don't want to share about your family or work or things like that, that there's something wrong with you, or that they need to speculate and make up all these things about your personal life.
I brought the whole biological father thing to the app myself.
Mm-mm.
And I laid it out for everybody how it was because, I seen how everybody was. And yeah, of course, people will use it against me. It's weird that they would. Um, Saying stuff like, well, because of your father's chart, it's not hereditary.
Right?
What are you twisting and doing? It makes them look dumb.
It's absolutely ridiculous. And I saw that post within the hour that she put it up. I was sickened, and I knew you would see it. But I was watching it to see who was going to back her up, who was going to say something. And the very first comment, someone, said something against her. She doesn't look like she has much support for it, though.
Uh, well, as with my fuck shit post, I don't get a lot of comments, but I do get likes. And not the same people like you don't even have to interact with my post if you don't agree with it at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like, don't feel obligated to interact with any of my posts if you don't agree with them. But I did it for a reason. Um,
Mm-hmm.
the whole contacting the PTO was actually like 8 stories now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I'm just like, I posted that shit the day I did it. Like, the only reason is because I posted it. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
And it just shows that people like to twist things and people like to sensationalize things, and it's fake. If it's for entertainment, be for entertainment, but don't drag people who don't want to be a part of your show into it, because you ain't gonna like how I'm a part of your show.
Exactly.
Don't drag unwilling participants. They would be better off staging beefs, honestly,
Mm-hmm.
instead of really trying to tear people down. I'm unbothered
Yeah,
by
well, we know that. I think it's good though. I mean, geez, did you hear Shannon tonight? I mean, she's the definition of bothered.
yes.
And my head hurt.
Like Shannon is always bothered. Like she's probably still, if she's not live now, she's yelling at Mike G. I've nicknamed
She's
I've nicknamed him Micro G.
micro. She's got a perfect audience in Jana.
Shannon's the only one.
Over and over. I'm like, oh Lord.
Shannon's got a fucking front row seat and an empty live.
Yeah, I know. She was even getting quiet after a while. I thought, oh gosh, do you even know what you signed up for?
Other 8 people there just streaming her and recording her.
Let me tell you this, Mallory.
Hey Macy.
As the southern accent gets thicker and thicker.
Shit is wild with Shannon. And all I do is make fun of her fucking roaches. She hates me so much. Like,
That video with her daughter, the look on her face. Oh my god.
she can't do it after I say it, but she could have been funny and been like, he posted my deceased roaches.
she her ego's too big to have a sense of humor, you know? She
Right.
only thinks it's funny when she's making fun of someone else. And I don't think there's anything. I mean, I love to laugh at my friends and other people, but like I love to provide entertainment as well.
Well, I told her one time in a live, I was like, I'm gonna call the Orkin man to your house and have him, as a joke, like most people call like the police for a wellness check. No, I'm gonna call the Orkin man to come get rid of your roaches. She could have went live the next day and been like, he tried to unalive all my friends. Like, there's so many opportunities that she missed to actually be funny.
Her box elder roaches. Which I don't know. I mean, you probably don't know this, but Idaho, and I'm up above Lake Coeur d'Alene, so like trees everywhere, and they're literally all over my windows, box elder bugs trying to get into my house. That was no damn box elder bug. I know them well, so when she said that, I just had to laugh when it happened at the time because I thought, yeah, that's not a box elder bug.
She hates it. The roaches, like the stories. But I called her divorce months and months before it happened. I bought the text messages between them from Mike G for $50, and I told everybody that they were together. And then it comes out like a couple months later that she's getting a divorce and she's going with Mike G. And even Holly Mae was like, "Well, Florida Man told us this months ago. Like y'all, like I told y'all about Stephanie too, and yourselves. Like,
Hey, that was during, there was maybe a week and a half that Stephanie started trying to befriend me, and I really didn't know her at the time. And she invited me into those lives with Shannon, and they kept blocking everybody except me. I think because I was just so quiet. But I was just amazed at what was going on in there. But she uh what was I what were we, oh my mind is so scatterbrained
about the
right.
divorce and the Mike G.
Okay, yeah, so I was in there when that came over the wire, and somebody had it, and Mike was acting clueless about it, and he was, I knew it really was true because he was so quiet about it. He wasn't like, angry or he's lying about me. He let Shannon do all the talking for him.
He
And
did.
I could tell.
I green screen his messages and smash his live, buying them, and it was just like, I know his ass was like, fuck. He told on me immediately. He sent them to me like an hour before that.
Oh, I know Pedro tonight with her. She kept saying her and her husband are 50 and they're acting like that at 50. Isn't Shannon almost 50? I thought she was like almost right there. She was acting like it's some big sin to be 50 years old.
The thing is, I've seen Pedro around this app forever, and we've not always been on the same side of things, but we've never beefed because we weren't on the same side of things. I believe Pedro's like given their opinion. I never held it against them.
Mm-hmm.
I never argued because people are allowed their opinion, and I cannot expect people to not defend their friends. Like, so even when I was going to Mallory and some of her mods were like, fuck me, I never held it against them because I defend my people too. So
I think a lot of people probably get a certain idea, and then once they watch you for a while and are around you for a little bit, then they realize who you truly are. That's my opinion, at least. But
there's a lot of noise and a lot of people saying a lot of stuff, and that's okay. People realize eventually, or they don't. The people that don't, a lot of them have stuff to hide for themselves, and that's where the no conversation comes in. Because anybody, even somebody I don't know, can come up in a box and have a conversation, and even if I don't know them, they can address things that they've heard about me.
mm-hmm. You've never been one to stick to just sides, or if anything, they're putting you. Really, the only side I really see anymore is the people that left Petty and Petty. How they were once one, now they're kind of divided. But I think they don't want anybody on their side unless you're invited. I think we're all pretty open over here.
With Petty, I liked him at one point in time, so he's not impossible to like. And I mean, what he did, people can look past. There are people out there that can. I'd be able to look past it if he was completely honest about it.
Hey, that's the thing, because I don't believe, except for hurting children and stuff. I don't believe that criminal stuff should decide who you are as a person. I call him my brother. He's my adopted brother, basically. He was the head of the Crips in Los Angeles, and 35 years ago, it was killed or be killed, and the head of the Bloods was coming, and his shot just happened to hit, and he was in prison for 27 years. And I got to know him through a friend of mine that had a drug problem, and he is the most unbelievable man, godly man. Just he got every degree he could while he was there. He just really is it was such a waste to keep him behind bars, but he finally got out, and he's married now, and he works in Los Angeles, and he's very passionate about his relationship with Christ. So he's just always doing that, and he's running a church now too, and he goes down every weekend, and they all get together and make breakfast burritos and hand them out to the homeless. He's always doing stuff for people. And that's something you would think, gosh, you couldn't redeem that, but you can't define people by that.
Right.
So I don't define Petty by his mistakes. It's the not being honest about it that bothers me, because how can you grow if you're not honest about it? And put yourself on this platform, to lead people and stuff, I guess more is what I think. And then to give other stories. It's one thing to say nothing and keep it to yourself, but it's another thing to blame it on, well, I won't go into it, but
Um,
so
if he was
That's why
honest,
it's just, huh?
if he was honest, all the people
Hmm.
over there would still accept him. But Petty's also got a problem too, and it's a problem that I've dealt with, and it's a tough problem to deal with. It's the people that associate with you for what you can do for them, and
Hmm.
only what you can do. And then afterwards, it's they go after you. Um,
Yeah.
you know, and I will like talk to people and see something wrong, and then address it. But then I'll see that they lied to me and they did some fuck shit to cause it because I'll talk to all sides. And then they get
Hmm.
mad at me, the person that initially came to me. When I require full transparency, I have probably the best fucking track record for not leaking messages, contrary to what everybody thinks. Because I've got full message threads from many more people than Bougie Mittens, and
Hmm.
there's many more people that I just have it, and I don't leak whole messages. I just need to see the full context of what I'm defending,
Yeah.
and
You're a
I'm
good mediator.
educated on the topic for sure on a
Hmm.
personal level because I've seen the messages and what went on, and I try to be a good mediator.
Hmm. You
Everybody,
are. I think you can. I think you're one of the most neutral people. You're able to keep your emotions out of it. And I know that when someone plays in your face, it takes somebody to play in your face a lot for you to like come out with stuff. But um and that's been a rare thing. But
months of it,
yeah,
hey
but
monster,
I
a room
hey
has
monster.
to do anything. But most people don't really ask me to do anything. I just do it because I feel it's the right thing to do. Like the tattoos and Cadillac shit, that shit was wild. I still fuck with him. I did give him the chance though, and he fucked it up.
He is so strange because I was over there in the beginning and he tried to make himself out to be like he swore he hung with celebrities. He hung with the police department, the FBI, like and I remember Polly used to always say, "You have the most beautiful eyes." And at one point, I thought he was dating one of the girls over there.
He wanted he wanted to date Paulo. He did. Um, but I knew Polly before that, and I liked Polly before that.
Yeah,
During
I
that,
do too.
at the beginning, how it all started, it was hectic. Tattoos and Cadillacs told a modern mind to blow him, and I just found that unacceptable because the person that he told didn't deserve a sexual insult like that. And he's a
Hmm.
guy, a woman, and just don't do that. I don't insult women by saying that. I think it's rude. So I wanted an apology, and that just didn't fucking happen. Like, and then I found out what they were doing, and I'm like, damn, I've never been shit on by more people at once, but also I didn't care. Like defending Lisa Richards was an experience that I'll never regret.
Yeah. Yeah, I it was it's weird looking back on it. It's just it was a weird experience.
Tattoos. I remember in the beginning, I was about to get dropped, and Tattoos called me a junkie, and I said pills are delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Ollie was like, "Yeah, they are." As I was getting dropped, I was laughing about that.
It was so weird for me because after kind of the fallout, um, I really it was hard because I felt like without Polly, it wasn't really worth being over there. I I don't know, just something never sat right with me.
I,
But yeah,
I
the way he came at women gave like bad aggression. Like I could see him hurting women.
he did.
That doesn't surprise me.
His ex Ashley. I dug into tattoos and Cadillacs. I mean, I dug into him. Like once I found out who he was, I still have the list of family members that I called about him.
Mm.
It's like 5 pages, all the lines filled. Still
He
have
gave the impression that he lived like in downtown New York in a high rise apartment. And
he doesn't. He did move recently because his lease was up in June, and then I still know where you moved, Tattoos and Cadillacs, because I know you're listening, where you're going to hear this. I know where you moved.
I think it's so weird that he runs accounts. So it's like, it's just weird to me to be invested that much.
He can't be Tattoos and Cadillacs anymore. Um, the stuff that he did on Reddit, the memes that he made about Ren, the stuff that he said about other women, I gave him a chance to be all right, and no, he just was still sexist. He said when People Are Garbage came out with what he did to her,
Mm-hmm.
he was supposed to be honest about that shit, and he wasn't. And he
Mm-hmm.
knows the problem, but then he's like, "Oh well, this is just women trying to keep a good man down," and I'm like, "Oh, hold on a minute, that ain't what this is." Like,
Yeah, no.
that is not what this is, and he was trying to manipulate other people in this Discord server, and I kind of went at him because the people in the Discord server also wanted to like him, and I respect them a lot. Um, so it was more their feelings I was in there for, because Tattoos is going to be who he is, and eventually be a dick.
Is
So
that in that vent?
no, it was a different one,
Okay. Was that on Reddit or was that a Discord?
a Discord.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Fentvent was fun to me.
It was what?
It was fun to me.
It was fun.
The absolute worst version of myself came out there. But I enjoy like free for all servers where people that don't like you can be there, so you can sit there and talk all the shit you want to them and watch them not respond because they're bitches.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not on. I have one. I'm on, well, actually, two Discord servers. I'm on, but I don't even use them. Skincare, which is thrilling. And, oh, that, do you ever watch James? He does the You Have a Collect Call From. He shows the people getting booked in at night, going before the judge and stuff.
Sadly, I don't even scroll my For You page.
I really like him a lot. He's a good guy, and he's from East LA, and he's just, I guess, growing up in Cali and stuff, it kind of just reminds me of all the chola parties I used to go to and stuff. But he streams uh Arizona. He he used to be able to get into Utah. He'll do parole board hearings and stuff, but my favorite are the 11 o'clock on the West Coast time. Robin Kelly, I see her over there sometimes too, but that's the only other Discord. But I never go in there either. I think
Between
it would kill my time if I was in one that I liked.
between working and talking to the very few people that I'm able to talk to, I don't have much time to scroll For You page. I haven't in a long time.
Yeah, yeah. How are you doing, OG? She's on hold. She start medicine yet?
I'm not sure.
You
I
feeling better, OG?
no.
No.
No, I got antibiotics and steroids last night, and they're keeping me afloat for now. Um, I just want to make sure. Mittens, are you gone?
I just saw her a second ago.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. She just texted me.
I hope she gets. I didn't even know till today. Did you hear about Mallory's finger? She
Left eating.
basic she basically almost cut the tip off, or did, and had some kind of serious bacteria. She's on medicine for it. That's why it's all wrapped up. It was so funny tonight because she flipped Shannon off with her wrapped finger. Because Shannon was streaming her and she put that big old cast thing up.
I think the video I made about her with the roach going in her mouth when she was talking twice.
Oh, I was laughing so hard.
That really pissed her off.
I really need to see that
Megan's
video.
really pissed her off too.
Oh, that was funny.
Shannon is the easiest person on this app to piss off.
I would agree with that.
I heard she when I was in here when I first jumped in the box, I heard she got all squirrely tonight too.
I still have a headache from it.
Oh, I'm like, what's new? I feel like it's shit. I can't even count all the crash outs on that one anymore.
She
Yes.
and Jana were over there with 8 people in the room.
Listen, those are literally 8 diehard survivors.
It's 8 people recording and streaming.
Yep,
It's true.
it's 8 people that
Like,
are
she's
probably
got the
seeking
whole live to
support.
herself.
Yeah,
And it's sad, it is. And I don't really shame people for like the no numbers because, you know, even one person is good enough. But
Yeah.
Shannon's got to not be that. Like, she's
What's so weird about her is that she just gloms on to a person, and she's doing that with Jana the hardest I've ever seen her do it. Like tonight, she kept everything was me and Jana, us, she was responding back, us, me and Jana, we're not doing that, da 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 da.
I don't feel bad
Yeah,
for her. She's a piece of shit, honestly.
yeah,
Um,
she really is.
I
Jana's just
normally
a piece of
would
shit.
feel bad.
Shannon is too.
Oh, don't get me started on her.
You know what? I never leaked the whole text thread, but I give Bougie a lot of credit for her text thread with Shannon. I would have blocked that bitch the second she texted me 12 times in a row with no response.
Bougie she has patience for some things, but she usually starts off with patience. I can tell that she wants to help them fix it, and then she probably just goes fuck it. That's it.
And I'm not talking 12 one line text messages. I'm talking 12 paragraphs.
God.
Like Shannon
I
spent 35 minutes texting Bougie, 12 different paragraphs of text.
I bet every third paragraph had Mallory made me want to take my life.
A couple of them did, but a lot of them was like, we need Valerie. We need her, you know, stuff like that. And Bougie was just like, calm down. It's okay. It's going to be okay. You calm down. Don't do this fuck shit. And when I showed some of the text messages, it showed Bougie being kind to her. And
Uh-huh.
everybody was like, oh, he's just showing the parts that make Bougie look good. I'm like, motherfucker. Y'all just saying anything. Like, there wasn't nothing bad in these text messages. Like, stop.
The funniest thing though is that when I think it was when Shannon and Megan were still trying to make things work after their first kind of like friendship blip, and then eh, the minute Mallory even gives a hint that she'll accept Shannon's all over it. And then, but the minute that Mallory's not, Shannon absolutely despises Mallory. I think she actually likes Mallory, and it kills her that Mallory won't accept her.
Right. Well, what Bougie said down there. Shannon actually said Bougie knew the text would be leaked. And she planned it. For months, Bougie planned it. And I thought that was the stupidest thing anyone's ever said. Because when I reached out to Bougie and I said, hey, you want to leak me those text messages? She told me to go fuck myself. Like, immediately. OG was on the phone. She said, you can go fuck
Yep.
yourself. I'm like, fair enough. You know,
Her memory is like a steel trap. I mean, look at here.
Myrna said it.
No, Myrna said it. She
Myrna,
remembers everything. That's why I crack up when people try to say, and try to catch her on something, because she remembers everything.
As well, see, it's all of the filler in her lips. It just kind of like sucks it all in, and it's just stays there. That's why people are so jealous of Bougie's lips.
That then I guess I need some because my
I,
memory, my
girls.
ADD is terrible.
Um, Florida man, do you mind if I go left? But it's not like left. It's a subject that you spoke on, but I was not able to because I was traveling.
Sure.
Okay. So first of all, just a trigger warning. Obviously, for anybody that had to see the bullshit that Scammy posted, um, what she posted is triggering to many. Obviously, it is an extreme distaste to put the burden of responsibility of protecting a child on another child when it comes to SA. Her post shows that she nor any child she knows or loves has ever had to endure that kind of abuse. Women like her are a disgrace, especially as an educator to youth. Okay? The fact that you, as a woman, can sit there and put that type of post up is fucking disgusting. How did you wake up this morning and think to yourself, like, let me go at another child and make it as it was their responsibility to protect another child when it came to SA?
She actually hit all of the no spots today. Shaming people in poverty, shaming people who have food stamps, shaming autistic children, shaming children who don't speak English. How else did she shame children today? Today alone. The SA, the victim blaming, attempting to victim blame a child,
The addict shaming?
addict shaming.
Do you even remotely realize how hard it is for recovering addicts to get up every fucking day? Do you understand? If you've never loved an addict, you have no fucking clue. And the term, I don't know, I'm sure everybody has heard this. When you love an addict, you're pretty much loving. This hits home on so many levels. So, an addict is not alone in the addiction. They're not. Their family suffers, their kids suffer. And for you to fucking get up there or to be in the comments and say that to Wicked, you're a fucking disgusting human being. Every day, a recovering addict gets up and makes the choice to stay clean. And that choice is a lot fucking harder than going and actually getting rugs and using again. It does, Rem. It absolutely does. And Monster, I need you to know, you know how much I love and adore you. That was not your fault. And I understand no matter what I say, Florida man say, anybody, it doesn't matter who says what to you, you're always going to live with that. Because as a hospice nurse, every time I lost a patient, I know it's kind of apples to oranges, but it's not. I always asked myself, was there something else I could have done different? Absolutely, Rem.
And I think what makes it even worse is the fact that Scammy Claus pretended to be some moral authority and better than everybody else. And all of the performance that she put on for years prior to her mask falling off and shattering on the ground, and in one day showed everybody who she was the whole time.
You know, Florida man put out a video. It was probably right around the time I came back on the app. And I remember commenting on that video and saying more or less that I would rather sit with a bunch of fucking honest sinners than lying fucking hypocrites. Smashly, Scammy, hell, there's a whole list of them, honestly, on this app. But that's what y'all are. You are lying fucking hypocrites.
We got to throw unknown in there too.
Yeah, definitely unknown. Holly Mae, Ratina. You bitches sat over there and preached about no children, no children, no children. And Florida Man sat and preached to me about, OG, get to know them. Make your own opinion. Don't listen to what I say. And I did that. And I want you to know it was nothing that Florida Man did or said to me that changed my opinion of you guys. It was everything that you all did. Asking Bougie where her fucking twin children were. Do you know how many times... Yeah, you know what? I'm not even going to give y'all that because y'all ain't fucking worth it.
They're not. And I want to say one thing to you, OG, because I wanted to tell you this last night. You don't ever, not one more time, do you let Smashly or any of them bring up your pain management. For Smashly to say, well, yeah, I was prescribed them too, is a lie. She was prescribed originally and then she bought them on the street. She has told the story many times. You have been prescribed them. It is a different thing completely. And don't you ever let her do that to you again. Don't feel like you have to explain to her. It's like the one thing that I watch her do it because my mom, her back is broken in 4 places. She's 85 now, and I deal with this with her. Is that, and I have since I was a little kid. She had her first back surgery at 40 years old, first heart attack at 41. And, people labeling my mom as a drug addict, and it's a totally different thing. And I hate how they bait you like that. It breaks my heart because you should never have to feel guilty about trying to get through life with less pain than you're in because we all know it doesn't take it away.
Well, and Christina, here's the thing. So before I went back into pain management, my quality of life was shit. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now keep in mind, I have 2 teenage daughters that don't stop, right? Because I'm in pain. Their life doesn't stop for them. I have a household that I run. I have other shit that I'm not going to bring up on this app because people like ruin shit for people. My quality of life was shit. After my back surgery in June, my doctor and I made the decision for me to go back into pain management. You will never, ever make me feel bad about me going into pain management. And bitch, every time I slap a patch on my ass, I think of you kissing my ass. Because guess what? These patches, they help me fucking function. Not because it makes me high like you claim. Because bitch, if you were getting high off these, I'd like to know how. It just makes me fucking function.
Mm-hmm.
I got a point to make. You had a miserable quality of life because of something medical, while Smash had a miserable quality of life while she was dope sick, shoving them up somewhere because she got pulled over after she bought 100 of them.
Yep.
She told that story on live, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing, like, she brings up the kratom left and right. And I had that conversation with my doctor because if I can avoid taking any type of pharmaceuticals, I will.
It's still
But
technically an opiate.
it is. It
Kratom would be like
absolutely
you
is.
smoking weed. It's not going to work for you, OG.
Mm-mm.
May
As
as well
of
take
right
Advil.
now, they want to put a cage in my back. I will not allow that to happen because my own biological cousin has been paralyzed since they put one in his.
My mom, they were going to do that with my mom, and she had the test done, and she was walking around. This was years ago. She had never felt better, and because of her heart problems, it was too risky, and they took it out, and she still cries over that. But they get infected. They get, there's all kinds of problems with them. I don't blame you.
I do have to clarify something. There is a difference between kratom and 7-O which is spelled 7OH. The gas station, quote, kratom. The stuff that you buy in the gas station that comes in pill form is not kratom. It's synthetic opiates. Exactly,
Mm-hmm.
exactly like oxycodone, except 13 times more powerful than morphine. Actual kratom that comes in powder form that you have to take a shit ton of is much different than the gas station version. The gas station version is dangerous. Don't do that version. Kratom, go talk to your doctor, see if it's right for you. But
My whole thing with her is that, well, first of all, I probably wouldn't be saying anything if she wasn't always pointing the finger at everybody else. But I don't think I think she needs to choose one or the other, drinking or kratom, because I just don't think that is where the problem comes in with kratom is, and it's not regulated. Doctors can't watch and say, well, you shouldn't be doing this and you shouldn't be doing that. You're kind of like, medicating yourself. And I do think, and and you can get anybody can get mad at me for this, but she drinks way too much. She takes the maximum amount of kratom. Is
But you know
she?
what I'm not doing, Christina?
Hmm.
I don't drink at all. I don't even drink
Exactly.
caffeine. I don't do other recreational rugs. I don't take a bunch of pills. I literally put a patch on every 3 days. And then last night it was pretty disgusting to watch your live and have you making fun of me having pneumonia. Like every time she'd cough, she'd be like, "Sorry, it's my pneumonia."
Yeah, and Shannon was doing it again today too.
Like, you realize how dumb you bitches sound?
um, do we realize how much better Petty looks than Smashley?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm
Honest to
telling you right
God.
now, Florida man, that she's just turned into a mini Petty. And then it was kind of crazy because as I was getting, settled in here at home, Chris is on the app and he's watching Smashley's live, and she literally says, "I don't think I said anything about Megan last night, did I?" That's how drunk you were. You literally called Megan's husband a whiny little bitch, if I remember the words correctly,
Mm-hmm.
because the man was upset that he got woken up. You
It
literally
was.
sat and talked shit about anybody that was in Megan's live. And Shannon,
It's
you're just a
gross.
whole fucking joke. Like Shannon, that you are literally a whole ass joke.
I don't get it. I feel like I think in my mind, was she pretending to be somebody she wasn't, or is this who she really is?
Smash.
Yeah.
I
She's
think this is really who she is.
no, not at all. She'd be getting further if it was really who she was. She's trying to do the same shit that Petty did, but Petty is the only person who can succeed at being petty. Smash
She's trying to be
Ladies,
diabolical or something.
yeah, Smash Lady just needs to start being Smash Lady. If she stopped with the whole performance and trying to get her audience to attack people, and they're not, because anybody that was willing to were the 34 pathetic people that she, quote, dropped. So she kind of fucked up there.
I mean, this is a girl that would cry when Witty would get really, really drunk because it brought up memories of her mother. And I talked to her on the back end about that and stuff. I don't, it has me so confused
Well,
and disgusted and angry and sad. It's like, I don't even know who she is.
but Christina, here's the thing. And now that you said it, I'm gonna say it.
Mm-hmm.
Like you, Smashley and I used to be close friends. So I've been on those FaceTime calls with her when she's been upset about her mom, right? Um,
Mm-hmm.
and she sees people on the app that remind her of what she went through with her mom, okay? However, you are not turning, you are now, um, a literal piece of fucking shit who
Mm-hmm.
treats people like shit, belittles people, talks shit because you think it's fucking cute. And it's not. And you want to know why people have fucking issues with your friend Malibu? Probably because the bitch doesn't shut her mouth either. And then when she gets herself into hot water, she runs while you play Captain Save-A-Ho.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just because Malibu has an opinion. Malibu low key comes at people, comes into other lives, starts her shit, then goes back to Smash's platform, plays fucking innocent, and when people call her ass out, she hides.
So small.
Malibu has no empathy. She has no courage and she has no empathy. She only cares about herself. I noticed that from the very beginning. That's what bothered me about her.
Small correction on that. Is she acting? Mallory down there said parts of it. Both can be true at once.
Yeah, I
Parts
saw
are
that.
coming out,
Yeah.
parts of mass. She's acting. So yeah,
Yeah.
I believe that.
Well, I believe that Monster, she, keeps Malibu around for money. Because let me tell you all, if nobody caught it last night, Megan getting woken up to do the battle, that's because Smashley wasn't making shit on her live last night. That's why all of a sudden Smashley decides to, start talking shit about Megan's mustache and, oh, let's battle real quick. She knew what
I'm
the
never
fuck she was
falling for that
doing.
again. I'm not letting Megan fall for that again.
Megan is smashed the stimulus check.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I did text Megan because I was laying in bed, trying to fall asleep on these damn steroids. And I told Megan, like, girl, don't do it. And Megan didn't realize the extent of what Smashley had done. So after the battle, when she reset, I talked to her very briefly before she got back on the app, and I filled her in on a lot of the shit that was said. And I think Megan felt bad. And I said, "Don't feel bad because no matter what, we're gonna support you." But I just wanted you to know because that's what fucking friends do.
Well, it was like
Yeah.
300 plus versus what 30.
Yeah, I think we did pretty dang good for the numbers. You know what's so funny? I had so many things in my backpack because I went into Broken Cran. She was on the other afternoon and she was battling all these young guys. It was really funny. And so I went in there, and this guy named Austin that she was battling, I threw a couple of gifts. He thought he was going to smoke us, and then I sniped. And he goes, "Careful, Christina, don't spend all your retirement money." What?
Yeah, I
He
knew. I
he was
knew.
so I couldn't use those gifts that were in my thing. I
Oh
had
no,
three
that you can.
backpacks
Yeah, you
and a
can only use
mischarge.
them for the people that you earned them. So, because I seen you say that you had same, and I was like, "Sweet, do you have a glove?" Because I was going to tell you to throw the glove on doubles. But it is
I
what it
was like
is.
trying to use them, and it said it can only be used in Broken Crayons Lab. I was
Yeah,
so bummed. I don't think it used to be that way. I thought you could
yeah.
use them wherever.
No, it's always been that. It's always had to be in the person's life that you earned them in.
Oh, okay.
But that
Well,
was 100% a setup.
Smasher just wants money.
Yes.
Yeah. Afterwards, I saw it. I could see it. I could see it in Smash's face too. Like I got something, and
Well,
it
yeah, because
bothers
look
me.
how quick she just disconnected from Megan. And
Yeah.
when Megan asked her, "Were you talking shit about people in my chat?" Probably. No, not
Yeah.
probably. You were.
Well, that's why she's lying, and that's why she's twisting shit and coming up with 8 different stories without me calling the principal. Now it's like I don't even know what the fuck she's saying, but I posted what I said a long time ago, like when I did it.
Well, and keep in mind, it was Smashley that said, we sat there and laughed about it. But then the next night it was the worst day of my life. It happened on the worst day of my life.
I meant what I said. I'll make her into the next Lisa Richards. Like I will.
Was it? They
And
were also talking about Joyce in that live too, right?
yeah, I'll have no remorse making her the next Lisa Richards. Like
Mm.
because she wants to be a dick to fucking everybody, to Claus, to Jenna, to to you, OG, to Joyce. Let people fucking say what they want in her box, and then be like, "Oh, that was them, not me." I'll be damned.
Well, I'm just gonna say it would be a shame after she made a threat about calling my kid's school, or if somebody called my kid's school, it would be a shame, or somebody calling bad Sarah's kid's school. just know that you go low and I'm going to hell. I don't give a fuck anymore. Florida man and him and I, back when I wasn't on the app, I told him it might be best for me not to get on the app because I'm going to be fucking vile. Did I not say that to you, Florida man?
Yeah.
And I came back on the app and I felt that I've been very non-vile actually, but she wants to throw me up. What's their names? Rutina and Holly Mae want to come at me because I sent in Florida Man's boxes. I'm telling you bitches right now, I will go to hell. I don't care. I don't give a fuck about this app anymore. I don't care who likes me and who doesn't like me. I don't care.
Well, do you know how long it took Florida Man? Because I don't know if you were back yet at the time, OG, when Smashley decided to be mad at Florida Man. Every time he would even come in there, she would call him every name in the book, called him a pedo over and over, just would berate him. And he was nice. He's like, that's okay, over and over and over again. It actually took him quite a while to bite back at Smashley. So, because I think you were kind of taken aback, weren't you, Florida Man, a little bit by
Me
it?
at first,
Mm-hmm.
but then the people that know her, I've realized a couple of things that she does this, and why she does it, I don't know. But eventually, I'm not going to sit there and just take it.
Yeah, because see, the thing that really bothers me about her is that she will take things that friends have told her in confidence and throw them out there when she's mad, as a weapon. And that's something that I don't see you do. I don't see lots of people do that. But that's the first place she goes. And that's really what bothers me.
Why doesn't she leave my DMs?
Well, I think yeah.
If I'm such an asshole, I invite her to leak those DMs, please.
Do you think she wants to make up with you at some point?
It's going to take a lot. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but she's going to have to make good with everybody that she's fucked over. Mallory, she's going to have to make good with Pauls. Jenna, she's going to have to make good with OG. She's going to have to make good with Joyce. She's going to have to make good with a lot of, with Sarah, with a lot of people. Because I will not be good with her if even one of those people are not good with her.
Yeah.
But I mean, look at what she did the one night. She got on the platform and apologized to a bunch of us, and what, 2 days later, she's like, I was throwing up in my mouth the whole time I was doing that.
Oh, that bothered me. She was crying, apologizing to you.
I'm pretty sure she was drunk.
See, that's the problem with the kratom and the alcohol and everything. Because look, any of us that have taken medications know. Like I stayed on my medication after my ovarian cancer and all my surgeries. I stayed on it for about 3 years too long because it was taking care of my emotions, I thought. Um, but it's the quickest way to get rid of depression. It's the quickest way to get anxiety, to get rid of those things. And I feel like that's what she's doing, is she's numbing herself to life. Um,
It
so
ain't nobody's fault but her own, and she definitely shouldn't be doing the fuck shit that she's doing to people.
mm-mm.
No, like the shit that she's doing, even allowing Pharaoh Trash Panda to go up there and say that shit, fuck that. I still didn't allow the person that resurrected, that didn't fake their death, they just pretended to not be alive, or lied about being alive. I shut that down immediately when they started saying that shit about her.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you're supposed to do it. Don't let people go up there and lie. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I just I don't know. I think that you've got, she's like doing one to calm down, one to amp up. I was it I don't think it maybe it was the battle. I felt like she looked very amped up, which I haven't seen in her really.
She was getting beer money for payday.
That's true.
Well, I mean, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just call an ace an ace. You traded one addiction for another. Because I want you to try, and I've said this back when I started my platform and we used to have addiction and recovery lives. Everybody's addicted to something. Caffeine, nicotine, you name it. Gambling. Everybody's addicted to something. So, I challenge to stop kratom cold turkey. Stop taking it. Let me know if you have withdrawals.
She's been on it for 10 plus years,
Ooh.
11 years, she says.
Addict. I digress.
She is, because she's not taking it. She doesn't have physical pain that she's getting rid of. She's not, if she is having a hard time coping or managing anxiety or depression, then she needs to see a doctor about that and get
I'm
on
not,
something that's appropriate, you
I'm
know?
not, I'm not going to discount any physical pain that she may or may not be in, because there's a lot of pain management patients that
Well,
are
she
told.
says she's not in physical pain. She said that it just gives her that, it gives her that, how did she say it? It just gives her that good feeling, like she can take on the day.
She replaced opiates with it, which is great, and you're supposed to taper off the kratom too. You're not supposed to take it for the rest of your life. But she is taking it for 11 years now and claimed sobriety for 11 years while she was drinking. And that
And
doesn't.
I see. I think she's got to get rid of the drinking if she wants to. If look at me, if she wants to stay, she's got it. She doesn't have to. But I think it's
Do you
not
know what's
smart to mix the two
Well,
because
no,
it's
it's not.
not
Yeah,
like
how's
she's just having a drink once in a while. It's like almost every night.
It's every night.
yeah, it's every night.
I was pretty heavy on pills and shit, and I never drank. Like, I knew if I drank with them, I'd be fucked. But there's several lives, even from a couple months ago, that you can hear the pill bottles shaking across the phone. But I never hit it. I was just like, yep, taking the shit.
And I
Expect me
don't
to
know
be
if
able
you
to
guys
perform
cut
in
out for a minute because I think my service is junk right now. So I don't know if you guys already said this, but the one night, I think it was last night on her live, she told how she
Do you
actually
want to box me?
started.
Do what?
Oh, do you mean to be in the box?
Yeah, I meant to a minute ago, but I forgot that I had my Discord going, so it was using my microphone. You can hear me. But go ahead. I don't want to interrupt. Go ahead.
I don't know if I'm being heard right now. It's my
Yeah,
phone
we can hear you.
changing.
Go ahead.
Okay. She said that she started taking the kratom to get off opioids. Her words.
That is true, though. I mean, I will say that they do recommend that if it's accessible and legal, because, I mean, I do
But
know
at the
that.
same time, last night she talked about the MAT program. And then when people in her comments were like, well, I'm on MAT, she switched her story up to, well,
Of
it's
course.
okay now. But if you use it to get off opioids, great. But you're not supposed to stay on it for fucking 11 years.
Well, no, and if she were going to Matt, she would be having to meet with a doctor or a therapist because that's how I did it and then got off that.
I mean, it's not a
But
thing to take permanently. It's like people that take, Subutex, Suboxone, or whatever. It's not meant
mhm,
to replace the opioid, right? It's just meant to really help you get through the withdrawals, whether mentally or physically, to be able to get off of it. Yeah, for sure. And there are people that I think do definitely replace it, because again, like those medications, uh, they literally just trick your brain into thinking that you're on it. Um, so a lot of people get that same feeling, right, that they would if they were on the actual opioids themselves. But
mhm.
Yeah, she's a whole fucking dumb bitch. Anyways, the reason I came up here was because earlier when I came up here, you were talking about her making amends with people. She's not going to. But listening to her tonight talking about you, Florida man, saying, "Oh, you would never be allowed back in her life," da da da. When you went real life, and I heard her say it last night about how you contacted or what's her name, Queenie's sister. I just don't understand
What?
why. Yeah, I don't understand why. Like, why was it okay then to contact somebody's mother, record the call, and play it on your fucking live? I mean, isn't that the same shit?
Well, Bougie, that's like her making up that text of what her and Florida Man to show how easy it was, and then that was her excuse to show how easy it was.
Cat
But
has a
wait,
bone to pick.
didn't she pretend to be somebody else when she contacted the mother?
Yeah.
Yes, Brooke. Brooke,
And
actually.
she didn't know, in all honesty. And that's the one problem that Mallory had with that whole thing when it happened, is because she didn't know exactly what was going on. She didn't know that if that lady was crazy or if she was running away from an abusive ex. She did not know. And I'll tell you what, at the very least, the mother was like not not a mother to her. There's problems there. And so she
Agreed.
relied on everything the mother said, and then played it. And she didn't know if that lady was trying to get away. She had no idea what was going
She
on.
doesn't know the history, and that's the thing. It's like you don't know, and she just assumed that because she was getting all this negative bullshit from her, the woman had to be telling the truth. But I can tell you, there are many mothers like her. And as far as I'm concerned, if you start all of a sudden talking mad shit about your own child to a stranger on the fucking
Yeah,
internet, red flag.
it bothered me. That really bothered me. You could tell the mother did not care at all.
All
So
right.
somebody calls about my daughter, I'm going to be like, goodbye.
Right.
To be fair, she did show up to her own online memorial as her sister.
Yeah, now I know that all that's come out now, but at the time when it was done, she didn't know. So, and then didn't she still, like, she didn't say, I mean, she didn't like ban you when you called Queenie's sister,
No.
right? So
No,
now that's a problem.
now it's a problem.
Right.
Okay, y'all ready for the bone that I have to pick
Mm-hmm.
today?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm getting ready. I'm in my bed, as one does. I put on my favorite streaming app, Peacock, and I've watched all the series of Scream, and I've decided I wanted to watch like Halloween tonight. Tell me why. Tell me why. They don't have Halloween 1, they just have Halloween 2 and the Halloween ends.
It's
And
probably because
tell
you don't
me
have your bonnet on.
and tell me why, here we go again, that Chucky doesn't have Chucky 1, they just have the rest of the Chucky.
Oh, do they want you to rent them?
They're not even on here to rent
They're
them.
not even available. Oh,
Why don't you try Amazon Prime?
yeah, that's what I use.
Why would I go to another streaming app when I have one right here? You see my
Because
point? Like, why do I have to go to 50 million streaming apps,
because like
get one
some
movie?
apps don't actually have but I know Peacock's part of Amazon Prime though. If you have your subscription with Peacock, it's a part of your Amazon Prime. Like you can get to it that way, but
Okay.
I would go there because
So
Prime just has all
you
the
go to like the
options. So if you
Freaky
want to rent
franchise.
it,
They have Scream. They don't have Scream 5. I had to go and try and find it. But Scream 5 is literally not on Hulu either, even though they said it was. Chucky. They have 2, 3, Bride of Chucky,
mm-mm.
Seed of Chucky, Curse of Chucky, Cult of Chucky, Child's Play, and Chuck in the Chucky the series. And then Friday the 13th, they only have the first one, the second one, the third one. And that I'm guessing that's what I'm watching tonight because
Why the
the
fuck do they
rest of
need so
these
many
don't
of
have all
those?
the movies I want. So
Have Monster play it for you. She
Yeah,
probably has all of those.
for sure. She probably has all of them in a jar too on her fucking shelf.
I'm just very upset. And
Right,
Peacock, I am suing with my unhappiness.
boycott. But maybe if you put your
I
bonnet on,
I know.
they might
I
actually
haven't gotten fully
all of a
ready for
sudden
bed
show
yet.
up.
But it's either I'm watching what am I watching tonight? I'm either watching Friday the 13th or most of these I have on DVDs, but I have to get a DVD player out and they're okay.
Monster has them. She said she has them.
Okay. So Psycho I have American Psycho. It's either I'm watching American Psycho tonight,
That part, Ren.
1 and 2, or I'm watching Friday the 13th.
I mean, I watched Psycho earlier too. Shannon and Janet and her were on for fucking quite some time.
Talk about a headache.
Jesus criminy.
Oh my God.
With old Steffi Lou in the fucking comments because she's too much.
Was she really?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, she was on a backup.
making comments like, "Oh, is something wrong?" While her name is literally a bunch of fucking Japanese fucking letters, like a fucking dumb bitch.
Wow.
I just don't get why they don't do. I'm getting mad. The more I'm going through this, the more I'm getting mad. And of course, when you go to Netflix, they don't have any like good Halloween movies.
Oh,
If you have
I
the Fire
saw
Stick,
that.
they have them all on Fire Stick.
The Ed Gein story. I'm afraid to watch
Oh God,
that.
I can't watch it. I can't watch it because it's based off of real life. Okay, I
Yeah.
can't
Oh, that looks so creepy.
because that one's more. I can do real life
Psychological.
things,
Yeah.
but that is a different type of thing I cannot do.
Like I look at scary, like horror movies as just bloody. It's not real. It's like just gross to me. But the psychological stuff is what gets me, like Misery, movies like that.
Yes.
Are you good, bitchy witch? Are you good, girl?
Yeah, Psycho's a good one.
Yeah, no,
Too.
it's
Well,
not.
it's on my
I
list.
can't. I just
I have
fucking
so
can't.
many. I'm trying to. Usually, what I do before Halloween, usually the week before Halloween, I watch all kinds of Halloween movies, and I finished Scream 4 today, and I couldn't find Scream 5, and then I wanted. I was very unhappy. Very unhappy.
Is that? That's not the funny one, is it? What's the one that is like
Scream
a
5
parody?
just came out in 2022.
Okay, that's the old one where they answer the phone and stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
And they just kept going on with the trilogy of it. And they just came out with in 2022, and then they're coming out with one in 2026.
Okay. Oh, I think I was thinking of what is it? Oh, Scary Movie are the ones that are the funny ones, right? Funny.
That I don't watch any movies at all.
The parodies with the Wayans brothers or whatever.
Like I've never seen any of those movies you guys are talking about.
Yeah, I don't watch Scary
I don't
Movie.
really watch movies, but the week before Halloween, the week before Christmas, and the week before Thanksgiving, those are the only time I watch movies because Thanksgiving movies are like leading towards Christmas, so I watch a lot of those. I watch a lot of Christmas movies because I like dysfunctional family Christmas movies. Because it's like my life, so it's like
It almost makes your life seem not so
it
dysfunctional
makes my life not seem totally crazy when I watch them. So
I get
brings
that.
me some comfort before the holidays.
I love A Christmas Story.
Yeah, Christmas Story is pretty good. My favorite, I'm trying to think of my favorite right now of Christmas movies. It's always been my favorite.
I'm not surprised, Monster. My God, girl.
The Lapoons.
Oh, the National Lampoon ones. Yeah, those are good.
My favorite. It's my life to a T, and it's like.
Uh-oh, what's Florida? Such a cute dog. Such a cute dog.
Whose dog is that?
What was the name of that dog again? I forget.
It's Sawyer.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Sawyer. He is so
All right.
cute.
Well, there's my bone to pick tonight. If I find another one, I'll come back up. But for now,
You could. Do they have Deliverance? That you just
Christina,
brought up. I just
you're
heard
gonna
Stephanie,
fucking
and it
force
made
me
me
to
think
have.
of
I
Deliverance.
just got
Bitch,
up
I can't.
Netflix. We're about to see what's on Netflix before I.
Stephanie needs to watch Orange Is the New Black. Frankly,
I'm not gonna lie, that is a good series.
It is a good show.
It was
Have
good.
you watched it, Bougie?
no.
You would like it. Seriously.
Listen, I used to be able to watch stuff like that. The only or the only fictional thing that I really watch on TV is Grey's Anatomy.
Oh, okay.
And I saved the new, like, it wasn't that great last season, but I saved the first few episodes that have gone this season so that when my husband got home, we could watch them. And he was like, no, you could watch them. I'm like, oh, no. Nope. We'll watch them together.
I
You
have to begin watching Stranger Things. I got to rewatch it before November 26th.
I mean, my kids watch all that kind of shit. I just can't.
That what I like about Orange is the New Black is it wasn't what I expected. What they do is like each girl, she has flashbacks of how she got to prison. So it really it's really interesting. And
Hmm.
it's funny too.
I mean,
It's
I
got a
watched
little bit of
Medea went to
everything.
jail. Does that count?
You what?
I watched
Medea's the
Medea goes to
best.
jail. That was a good one.
Actually, that's what I'm watching tonight. I'm watching Boo. That's what I'm
Watch the
watching
new
tonight.
fucking Medea movie. It's so good. So good.
It's pretty funny.
House of Guinness is really good. If anybody's seen it,
Oh,
really
I
good,
was thinking about watching that.
really good.
I love
I already
historical
want
stuff.
season 2. I already want it. I've also
Did you
been
watch
watching Call
Peaky
the Midwife.
Blinders? Call the
Hmm?
Midwife? Did
Yes,
you say call? Oh, oh my gosh, that's one of my favorite shows.
I just
Did
started
you watch
watching
Peaky
it.
Blinders?
No, I didn't watch that. I didn't get into it. I think I watched like the first episode and I was like, eh.
Yeah, I made it through the
I was
first
probably on
season.
something else. I was probably either on. I go back to like my comfort shows. So right now it's like Outlander,
Oh my gosh, that's my
and
favorite show
then
ever.
I just finished The Walking Dead again for the
Are
50th
you
millionth
watching
time.
Blood of My Blood?
Yes, I am.
Isn't that good?
I love it.
I read all the books so years and years and years ago, and I loved them. So, and the series to me is just as good as the books. But I to call the midwife or call the midwife is I cry almost every episode.
I just it brings me comfort for some odd reason. I don't know. It must be British voices that like put me to sleep. I
It's
have no
just the way
idea.
the world has changed, watch it
Yeah,
like
but I
medically.
like period pieces too. That's the
Oh,
thing.
me
I
too.
like
That's all I
older
watch.
furniture, older unique things that they have hidden around. Like that's things
Yep.
I'm like, ooh, I should buy that. Ooh, I should get that.
You should go on Reddit that they have a period movie sub, and they'll list out. You know what? Will you watch foreign stuff ever?
Mm-hmm.
Watch My Brilliant Friend.
Okay.
It's a classic Italian book, but it's about two best friends through their life. It is excellent. And then they're both that's on Apple TV, and then Pachinko. Oh my gosh, one of the best.
I'll have
Those
to
two
watch
are
that.
both on Apple.
What is this? Ooh, I found something sci-fi and it looks supernaturally, so I might have to watch that. Yes, Monster. As soon as you showed me Jeffrey last night, I was kind of freaking out underneath my skin because I love The Walking Dead. I grew up watching The Walking Dead because I am only 22, so when it came out, I was like young. I was
Sarah,
like
if
Still
you
young, darling. Like you're still fucking young.
I
Stop.
was like 6 when it came out, and I started watching it as a kid. Um, even though my parents hated me watching it, but I loved watching it. So I grew up watching it, and now I'm on to like Daryl Dixon, um, Negan and Maggie. Yeah,
All right, I'm
I
gonna get down
grew
because I have
up.
nothing better to do
isn't
because I love
Jamie's
y'all.
dad
Oh my gosh, he's gorgeous, isn't
Yeah,
he?
he
The
is.
actor, and they look so much alike.
They do.
Oh,
Yes, people don't understand it, Monster, I swear. Like, I grew up watching The Walking Dead, and then I grew up watching Supernatural. My Supernatural phase started when I was a teenager, and that hasn't outlived me. The thing with The Walking Dead, I stopped watching it right when Glenn died, because I had, like, a mental capacity, like, something was going on in my mental when that happened. Because I was like, oh my god, this hurts my heart. This, like, I couldn't stand it.
probably the creepiest thing I love is the Handmaid's Tale. Have you watched that?
No, I haven't been able to
That's
watch that.
scary as shit. Only because
It
our world's
happened.
starting to look
Yeah.
like that. Florida man.
Yeah.
Is that Shannon?
I also
It's
had a Doctor Who little side quest of my life when I was a
That's
teenager.
Eric Stoltz, isn't it? Isn't that a
Those
what?
eyebrows are kind of
Mask?
accurate with that.
Yeah, Mask. That was a great movie.
Rutina. I don't know what this mask is, but this is unmasked Rutina.
That's actually Eric Stoltz, the actor in that movie, Mask with Cher. That does look like Rotina, though.
Yes, with no
Ooh.
filter.
They came out with a new, like, zombie movie. And it's on Netflix. It's called The Elixir, and I think I might go watch that because zombie movie sounds really great about now. So
There's that other. Well, I think you have to have Disney Plus. It's on Hulu. A Thousand Blows. Have you watched that? It's a
no, but it
period
sounds
movie.
familiar. People
It's
tell me to
about fight.
watch so many movies a day. I swear, and it's like I'm trying to keep it in a
You have to have
Rolodex.
Disney though on Hulu. It's an extra charge. If you have Disney, it's pretty good.
The thing is, I have Disney, but like, so for a long time, my best friend and I shared a Netflix account before they like did this whole thing with Netflix. Um, Within the last few years, like her and I have been sharing the same Netflix account since we were both like, I was young, so I was like 12. Her and I are only a year apart, and we've been best friends ever since. So when she got a Disney Plus account, she added me to it, and now Hulu's kind of doing the same thing that Netflix is doing. So I'm kind of annoyed right now about it.
Yeah, my
Like I don't
nieces and
want to pay for
nephews used to be
everything.
on mine.
Sheesh.
I know it's crazy because you think it's not that bad, like $10 here, $10 there. It adds up.
Yes. The good thing about it is Peacock is probably the most cheapest thing I own right now.
Well, and it's got all. I mean, I don't know. I
It's got a
can't.
lot of older stuff that I like.
Yeah.
I like 90s stuff, so it's good that I have it. I downloaded it to watch at the time. I think it was Botched because I
Mhm.
like Botched.
Mhm.
And then when I did that, it was like, okay, now I'm finding a lot of shows I actually enjoy. So
Yeah, I have to sleep with something on. I don't like it completely quiet. I have to have
mine's
something on.
NCIS right now to fall asleep.
Mhm. Yeah, I used to fall asleep to Dr. Quinn and just let that play. I used to tease my mom for watching that when I was a teenager. I was
So
like, Dr. Quinn, medicine woman. And I would just tease her so bad. And then as an adult, I'm like, this isn't that bad. It's like
yeah,
kind of just a comfort show, you know?
my mom, when I was growing up, she watched Law and Order SVU and she watched NCIS.
Mm-hmm.
So when I got into my teens, I started watching all these, and I'm like, okay, these are my comfort shows now. So I can't get out of it now. So it's like, fuck, god damn it. And now she's into period pieces right now, so it's like we trade off back and forth on different shows. She doesn't like Walking Dead stuff, thankfully, so I can watch zombies all day long, and she can't. That's the one thing her and I are opposite on.
Yeah. Are zombies like lovable or?
I don't know. It's something about it that just makes me fall asleep. I like the will of a fight of a character. That's the thing. I like when characters fight. Like, the drive of it, especially in a zombie movie or TV show. I like the drive of it. I also like supernatural shows, like Supernatural, where they're fighting off demons and stuff like that. Like, that just, I don't know what it
What's
is.
the one show? What was the one? The trilogy of movies with the tribute and all that, where they had to. They had the different sectors in their town. It was with Katniss, and you know how they had to go and they had to fight each other.
Hunger Games.
Yes. Did you like those?
So I wasn't a big fan of Hunger Games, but that's my
It gave
personal.
me anxiety bad.
So when it comes to like zombies and everything like that, I can deal with that, but like Hunger Games was a little different because it's like it just kept going. If they made it into a series, it would have been completely different for me. But it was the fact it was a TV show and they just kept it going.
Ugh, it was brutal. My anxiety level was just ugh. I like the Divergent stuff better. I watched that with my daughter.
Divergent's pretty good. I liked those.
Yep.
Hunger Games wasn't a big thing for me, but everybody loved it back in the day. Everybody. Oh my god. Everybody at my school loved it, and I was like, I didn't like it. I didn't like it.
Do you like the Harry Potter stuff?
I did like Harry Potter. But I'm like, I can watch Doctor Who. Doctor Who's like, it's old. I love it from start to end. I stopped watching it when the girl got involved. They have a girl Doctor Who now, and I was like, this ain't fun no more. I was like, God damn it, you ruined it. Let's go back. They just ruined it for me. I was like, okay, I get a girl could be a doctor, but shush. Come on.
Yeah. There's one I watched a couple episodes. I need to go back. It's called The Pinkertons.
Sounds familiar.
It's like during the Western times, and it's a female and this older guy, and he brings in a female and his son to run his detective agency. It's pretty good. It's lightweight, you know. Did you watch Sanditon?
No, I didn't.
Oh,
I heard it's pretty good though.
Really good. I love the PBS stuff.
Yeah.
Oh well. We're probably putting everyone to sleep ourselves.
Yeah. No, I'm just letting you all have the ability to be judged by the TV shows you guys watch by everybody.
Hey, if I'm judged by the TV show, shit. Should see what I do with my mind on a daily basis.
They're going to say that she doesn't like the female Doctor Who, she's sexist, and they're going to drag you across the app.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's
hey, but
funny.
you put Olivia Benson on, I'm here for it all day, every day.
What do you watch, Florida Man, when you watch TV?
I actually don't watch TV or movies.
You don't? You watch like no documentaries or anything?
No, not anymore.
There's this new, I watched it last night, I forgot. There's this, it's called The Garden, and it's about a kind of not really a survivalist group, but a group that's living off the land. It's real. And on TikTok, a couple people got unhappy, and I guess it went viral. I never saw it. They were saying that they were a cult people that were unhappy and left. And so I just finished watching that last night. There were, I think, 6 episodes. I'm waiting to see what else happens. I was going to scour TikTok and see what's going on with it, but it was like one group survivalists, like a couple of the guys, and the other guys are just like, we just want to like hallucinate and dance and rave out in the wilderness type thing. But all I kept wondering is, I wonder
Burning Man.
Well, I started to wonder if like Well, I know that Hippie Harley didn't go out there because she was in California. This is out in Missouri. But there was one guy that's out there that's on TikTok. His name is Tree. He's got red hair.
Oh,
Um,
I thought it was
but
green. Hey,
but
if you name yourself Tree, you gotta be a tree, okay? You gotta be one within.
well, one thing that they did is I think they were all tripping really bad when they first went out on this land. This is a thing that has caused them problems on TikTok, I guess. And I've never heard of this, but there were some people out there, and this kills me. I can't even hardly say it, but they skinned a cat.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they were like and they made a hat out of it and stuff. So they
No.
got a lot of hate and criticism. So they're kind of
I
like
will
trying to
never
build
turn
it
you
back
into
up.
that, princess, okay? I love you too much.
Yeah, I'm like, my cats are my everything. So
I have
that really
7
bothered me.
cats, so,
I just have two right now, but
I love y'all, a little too much for that, okay?
yeah, I thought that was weird. So they felt like, I don't know, there's just kind of a pull between the
Could you
odd and
imagine the
the,
criticism when they get back? Oh!
I know, I know. So now they invited this documentary crew out there to come see if they thought they were a cult. So that's
I
what's
have to.
going on.
I have to interrupt.
Yeah.
The last time something that happened to a cat was mentioned in my box for like a year, somebody thought I put a cat in a dryer. I did not.
Oh, I
I
forgot about
barely
that.
remember that.
I forgot about that.
I'm so used to people saying shit about you that I immediately kind of block it out. So
I
I've
could
known
not
Florida
see
That's
Man
how
for
it
you
like
is.
4
putting a
years,
cat in the
so this is
dryer.
nothing. This is nothing compared to what I've heard.
I can't. I could see you being Florida Man is just more like giving a stray animal like your last bite of food. Or like, here you go. I don't see you being mean to
Everybody's.
animals.
I'm not, but everybody's going to be like, "Oh, Christina was just kissing his ass up there."
No, I just don't to me, I think your personality, I think you're very in tune with what's going on around you, and I just don't think that you would be comfortable seeing anybody or any animal starve. Look at the compassion you have for like Lisa Richard. So that's, I just don't see you as a cruel person.
He has his moments.
Well, he can be provoked or have.
She's drinking the Kool-Aid, everybody.
I'll say the truth, okay? I've known Florida Man for 4 years, so this is just the tip of it.
Well, don't you tell me that you think that he wouldn't be kind to animals, because then I
He
might
would.
be.
But I've known him for like so long. People don't like assume I haven't known him very long, but I have.
She's known me since before I was on TikTok. For the
Yeah.
longest time, I never downloaded it. Um, I believe she knew of me during the time where I did like what I would do on TikTok in actual life at the store that I was at. Like, put the
I
signs
was
up.
around I was around the time when y'all got arrested for the cards.
The organized crime. That was that time, yep.
So maybe
My daughter plays
a
those
long time ago.
cards.
And that was
She's
organized crime. That was rough. But that's
I was about
also
to say
like
Pokemon cards, but I know it's Magic of the Gathering cards.
that's also what Dennis triggered the whole Dennis thing too. Because when we got out of that, he went after Raina, which is my ex, and being like, "Well, I'm gonna call the police," and it fucked her up. So I kind of went at Dennis.
Yep. Yep.
Dennis is
Starting.
strange to me.
Santa Claus defended him.
He kind of doesn't seem very self-aware to me. You know, like he just kind of laughs everything off. It's just weird.
I sent him to therapy. He
You
I
actually,
do
did?
too. It's okay.
He accidentally said it. He said, my therapist told me how to handle you. And I'm like, oh, fuck, I bullied you into therapy? And he, got all fucked up about it.
I think his therapist thinks I'm like level-headed at this point. So his
I
therapist is
hope.
probably like, she seems normal.
I hope his therapist enjoyed the stories about the evil stick figure on the internet that bullied somebody to them.
The evil
Oh, I
stick.
would pay to be that therapist for one day. One day.
Yes, Snart. Scammy
Just
Claus
to
defended
hear
him.
the shit. Oh my god.
She defended him and said he was a good guy.
Oh, there were so many
Okay.
people that defended him. So many.
Scammy Claus should have known better, though.
Yeah, but she was
What?
also a part of that whole group from the
She was.
beginning. That's where she came from.
She was probably trying to be Dennis's wingman.
Gross. Was that on Discord or something?
So, the whole how I got involved in all this is Raina, his ex. She was with Dennis at the time, like exposing people, that were scamming people out of money and doing all kinds of shit. And I kind of got involved in it. We were exposing, an accused pedophile at the time, and that later moved on to something else. But there was like a whole group of people that were like in our Discord. There was tons and tons of people. There was probably about 300 people in there at one point.
Wow.
Yeah. We were all kind of, there was like 5 of us that were kind of mainly up there. It was every night, and we would be live for like 8 to 10 hours sometime.
Oh my gosh. And then you guys moved over to TikTok, or?
No, we were already on TikTok. That was from the
Yeah.
beginning.
Oh, okay.
It started off of TikTok, and then we went to Discord for like whatever back things we were doing, exposing more people, like getting evidence, basically. That's what we called it. Now I don't do that shit anymore, but
Awareness has changed so much.
yeah, that's where I kind of started off. And
Yeah,
then that's kind of where Florida Man started too, because he was out and everybody. So we kind of just all started in
I
one
started. I
area.
started before TikTok because I wasn't on TikTok when I called that guy Brandon's job,
Trying to think.
and I fucked with him pretty hard, admittedly.
I would like to see like awareness call Scammy Claus out for what she did. I don't think they will, though. Do you?
Yes, I do.
It depends on the awareness. It depends on who you bring it to.
Do you think All for One would call her out?
I'm not going to bring it to nobody. I never bring anything to anybody. I let people observe, and if they feel passionate about the subject, they can do it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Usually after a while it becomes like you can only do so much awareness.
Yeah.
Because I was doing awareness on one person for 10 to 15 hours a night. Every night for like weeks straight. So after a point, you can only do so much. Like one awareness live, that's about all you're gonna get out of a person.
Right.
Then you make
I
memes
know
about
the
them
homies
and
won't.
crush them.
But then you can make memes out of it and then turn it into something bigger. Yeah.
Crush their fucking ego.
The more evidence you get, the more it's like we gotta expose a little more, you know, like
creative awareness, like with Stephanie, how I turned them losing their house to debt into a meme, being sued by AT&T into a meme, 3 bankruptcies into 3 separate memes. Cankles, her husband's cankles, and the whole let's put bras on her husband and alive. The Dalton dress up with his Amazon wish list. making everything into stickers and dressing up a medical model of a 30-year-old man with Marfan syndrome that looked just like Dalton. This is why people.
I was going to say something, but it wouldn't sound right at all. But
go ahead.
I was going to say, the old saying, there's more than one way to skin a cat, but I don't think
I have not skinned a cat.
We're all going to say this. FM did not skin a cat, okay, guys?
It's an old saying.
Just so we know. This is not what we're confirming tonight.
Well, there's more than one. Well, let's say there's more than one way to pluck a turkey.
There you go. There you go.
Yes, Petty.
That's a better saying.
Yes, Petty, there is not more than one way to put a chicken in the ass.
That's true. My grandson, he's 3, and my daughter has like 26 chickens. She bought them all at the same time, and now they don't lay eggs. She's just paying to feed chickens. They've turned into his pets. He puts them in his little car and drives them around, and he jumps with them on the trampoline. And he had his 3rd birthday party a couple months ago, and one of the kids was dragging one of his chickens, and he was ready to just brawl with him. He's like, "Don't touch my chicken!" And then one of the kids threw a rock at his chicken, and he just halted the party and put the chickens away. He's only 3. It's like, don't mess with my chickens. He loves chickens. It's very sweet. And they'll bite. They'll bite anybody but him. He can carry him around all over. He brings them into his bedroom. He sneaks them in there. And then if I go to pick them up, they bite me. So, but yeah, I won't ever be able to tell him about Pastor Petty. Why would I?
Yeah, that would. Yeah.
But just observing Jet's chickens, I think, how is that even possible?
Monster counts her chickens hourly. She has an alarm for when she's asleep. She wakes up and goes and counts them.
She does. Hey, they can. My daughter's lost a couple. Because she has a horse, they've drowned in the water bucket.
Raccoons.
But only, I think, 2 out of all the 26 chickens, and they're like 4 years old. They're very.
Raccoons get the chickens here.
I feel like a chicken could suffocate in an asshole. Petty might have just put them in the water afterwards to make it look like
Jesus Christ.
I love it when people will say, that's just a rumor. But he's admitted it.
Hey, that song, All the Rumors Are True by Lizzo?
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
The people you come across on TikTok.
Man, I know.
A lot of people that have a thing for animals. An unbelievable amount. Like Rivka mounted a fucking cat in a thong and called it her mama's feral boy. And I'll never forget.
She called him sexy too.
Kendra baby daddy fucking a goat that she hopped up in Penny's box, put up his mugshot and everything. And I'm like, holy fucking shit.
Are you serious?
Yeah, she did that.
Oh my god.
That was a big gulp, I know. Gulp of water. I'm sure you heard that gulp. It was pretty loud.
Are you sure that it wasn't the smash?
I'm sure it's water. It's lemon water to be exact. But look how cute.
That is very cute. Mm-hmm.
It's my Christmas. It's not Christmas yet, and I'm very much a Halloween person, but it's my Christmas one right now.
That's cute. I love how the bows are metallic. It's cute.
I got it at Michael's, and it was only $9.99.
That's a bargain.
It was 50% off. I was like, you're coming home with me.
I'm going to have to go look.
They also had like baby ones that matched.
Have you seen those little shot glass ones?
Yeah, those are the ones I'm talking about. I call them baby ones because my mom was like, do you want to get these for my niece and nephew? And I was like, no. I don't want them matching me.
What are you on the East Coast?
No, I'm in the middle. I was about
Middle.
Texas. There you go, the middle.
So you're
Right in the middle.
2 hours.
Yeah, it's 2:31 right now.
It's 12:31 right now, so you're 2 hours.
That would be so nice about now.
I feel like everybody. I feel like Monster and I are the only two people on the West Coast.
Huh. I
It's
would like
true. Most
to.
everybody.
I would like to go back to Alaska, where it was like a 5-hour delay from where I am now. So nice. And it was like when I was going to bed, it was kind of still daylight. So it was like I'm a night owl, so it was like really weird, but at the same time comforting.
My my mom is from Sweden, and when we would go there, it never got dark during the summers. And my brothers are younger than me, and they would not go to sleep. It was just horrible when we were younger, but it's very cool when it's light all. I don't know if I would ever go to sleep as an adult. I'm the worst. I don't like going to bed early. I
When I
like
was in
it when it's quiet.
when I was in Alaska, it was like it would be light out at like 4 o'clock in the morning, and it would be like bright, and I'm like, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm trying to go to bed. But then it would get dark at like 6 p.m. So I'm going to bed early. But it worked for me. I was like, huh, this is just fun. At this point, I don't know when I'm going to bed, don't know when I'm waking up. It's just body was out of rhythm, but I liked it for my brain.
Yeah. Let's see, Mitch. It's in Oklahoma. Is that Oklahoma? It's only 2:32. I thought they were 3 hours ahead of me. Is it
Oklahoma.
two?
It depends on what part of Oklahoma, but it is 2 there.
Oh, okay. It's like parts of Idaho when you get closer to Utah.
It's like parts of Texas too. Parts of
Yeah.
Texas, one half is an hour behind.
Mm-hmm.
But that's because Texas is humongous. So
Yeah. I need to go feed the elders. My parents, I take care of them. So I give them a midnight snack.
I love that.
They're funny. My dad has Alzheimer's, but
Aw.
my mom is still with it. But he thinks that it's a hotel and I'm the owner. He's always
Hey,
asking
that's
my
a
mom how we're.
bonus.
He's
That's a
like, I have no
bonus.
money. How am I going to pay that lady?
Aw. My great grandfather's 95, and every time I go visit him, for the longest time when I was 18, he was like, "Can you get me some cigarettes?" And I was like, "No, I can't. I'm sorry." Because my mom, when she was 18, she could, and I couldn't as soon as I turned 18. So I was like, no, I can't. And he always thinks I'm my mom because me and my mom look exactly alike. So it's always interesting every time I go visit him. Now that I'm 22, I'm like, yeah, I'll bring you some cigarettes. Like,
Yeah, you do.
not cheering.
They won't even remember. I know sometimes I wonder, why do I should just say yes to everything and not argue with him because he won't remember.
He likes his cigarettes and his Johnny Walker. That's about it.
Hey,
And his women at the nursing home to flirt with.
when you've made it to that age, I guess you deserve that, right?
He's something. He's a spitfire, that's for sure. Never gets me a day to rest, I swear. He drives my grandparents up the walls, that's for sure. Every day. Every day. And I'm like, if I have to deal with y'all when y'all are this age and y'all are acting like this, I swear.
But he doesn't. Does he have like just dementia or Alzheimer's?
None.
Nothing. Neither
Nothing.
one.
He's just old. 95, and he has macular degeneration, so he doesn't have very great eyesight. But he's with it. He knows what's going on in this world. He knows what day it is.
That's so great. I hope
Not
I'm
to be
like that.
confused with masculine degeneration. That's what Dennis has.
Masculine.
Oh, no. All right, well, get back on topic, whatever you were talking about.
I
Sure,
think
it
you
was.
derailed it.
It turned
I'm
into
used to derailments. We like
always
derailments around
derailing
here.
the lives.
We like derailments around here.
Smash it doesn't.
She's a taskmaster.
All right, I'm gonna hop down and watch this movie. See y'all later.
Bye, Kat.
Bye.
Have a good night. I'm going to end now
All right.
that Kat will get thoroughly dragged for their choice of television shows because there's nothing else to talk about this live because they're not going to listen to any other part of it. Except we'll end it with Miss Unknown is a crackhead.